Sorry guys. Sorry guys. Gotta love that hotel internet. Like nothing else for some reason, which is weird. I need to talk to somebody that knows about networking and streaming and stuff like that. Anybody that has any idea about this, please let me know. Reach out to me because I didn't lose internet anywhere else. The only thing that I lost internet from was my OBS, and that's how I streamed to you guys. That was the only thing that lost connection. So I don't know if like OBS is having issues, if it's really a network hotel issue. I don't know, but definitely give that a refresh. All good, fantastic. Sorry again, guys. I blame it on the hotel, but again, it may not be the hotel because, like I said, everything else was running fine. The only thing that had issues was my OBS, and I don't know what's going on there, guys. So, woo, gotta love it. We're all set, ready to rock. What's up? Come on back. Come on back. We're all good. We have about 7 minutes to go, guys. 7 minutes to go. All right, we're live here. We're live inside a chat. Fantastic. Just a simple refresh will fix everything, guys. I'll wait for everybody to come back in, guys. I'll wait for everybody to come back in. Just so we can finish talking about NCAA. Beth. It's Saloponym. I know how to pronounce it. I was messing around. Saloponym. 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 Yep, right? Is that right? Saloponym. All right, let's do a minute. All right, 1 minute. We'll finish talking what we were talking about on NCAA. Again, I really like the news. I like the flow. I think the stock has a shit ton of potential today, guys. But I want to make sure that we get everybody back in after refreshing. NCNA. Did I say NCAA? NCNA. You guys know what I'm getting at. I'm dyslexic. Literally. I am dyslexic. How many times I've been talking about a stock that's like a 313 stock, and I'm like, 113, guys, 113. And you're like, no, it's 313. I'm like, no, it's 113. Very dyslexic. You guys know what I'm talking about, all right? Twice. All the time. I've watched recordings of myself and how dyslexic I am. It's ridiculous. I'll be back in 1 sec. I think I'm live. Oh, buddy. I said it twice. I mean, I love football. I mean, football. I love college basketball. I love sports. All right, so where do we leave off? Everybody's back in chat. Fantastic. Everybody's back over on the tube. Fantastic. NCNA. I got you, Beth. I got you. NCNA. The reason I like it the most, right? Not just because it's up number one, not because it's a low float, not because it has good news, but I like it because I know this is where the focus is. I know this is where 80% of the attention is. How do I know that? Number one, high relative volume, right? Not only just high relative volume, but it has the most volume out of any other stock here that's on the leaderboard, and it's been trading the least amount of time. It's been live trading since that press release for an hour and a half. Other stocks have been trading for 2.5, 3, 4 hours, right? 2 million shares, GREE. AUVI, 5 million shares. ITRM, 5.8 million shares. This stock has 10.6 million shares traded in the last hour and a half. That right there tells me this is where traders are. This is where the majority of the focus currently is. Again, it's not what stock I want to trade. It's what stock does everybody else want to trade, right? Volume equals activity. Activity equals profits. We need to identify where the volume is. That's where the opportunity is going to be, guys, right? We don't want to overcomplicate it. I don't want you guys jumping in to TRKAW and be like, hello? Oh, where's everybody at? Why is the stock not moving? Why is it not moving, right? Because no one else is looking at that stock, right? It's not what we want to trade, all right? At the end of the day, it's all about trading psychology. It's not what we want to trade, guys. It's what does everybody else want to trade. Where's the focus? Where's the majority of traders? Where's everybody else? Because that's where the opportunity is going to be. The stock comes down the VWAP, and everybody's looking at this one stock, and they know VWAP support. They start buying at VWAP. Guess what happens? The stock bounces off VWAP. You make money, right? So let's keep it super, super simple. Like Beth said last week or the week before, KISS. Keep it simple, stupid, right? Keep it simple, guys. Do not overcomplicate it. Identify the top 3 to 5 stocks that have the best attention, all of the focus, all of the volume, and focus on those stocks, right? Where is everybody else? This is where they are. This is where we want to be as well. Number 1 stock out of the gate, NCNA. All right, NCNA is the number 1 stock out of the gate. Number 2, I like GREE, right? I'm watching GREE as my number 2 stock that I'm watching right out of the gate. Again, GREE with support down towards around 29.10. All right, now is it between GOVX? GOVX starting to look a little iffy right here. I want to watch GOVX. EUVI's fading and falling. FBIO. Definitely NCNA's number 1, obviously. GREE's number 2. And I would say GOVX. I would say GOVX because the news is really nice, right? Exclusive rights to clinical stage cancer deal. So GOVX would be number 3. So again, we have 6 seconds to go. NCNA number 1 watch. GREE number 2, followed by GOVX number 3. All right, and we are live. Let's get this day going. Let's identify that opportunity and let's make some profits, ladies and gentlemen. Switching on over to a 1 minute. Boom, boom. Scanners are up and we are ready to rock. Let's have an awesome day, traders. Let's make some great profits and let's have some fun while we do it, team. If you guys have any questions, please let me know. But right now, just sitting back waiting for that opportunity. CEI, gap down. ALF, gap down. GOGO, slight gap up. DATS, gap down. These are all stocks from yesterday. Again, CEI, back burner again today. ALF, another one from yesterday. We got GOGO, looking like it can make another move again. So we have some stocks from yesterday that we have on watch. But right now, we have a lot of great fresh opportunity with GREE and with NCAA. Right? So until these stocks fade and fall, this is where I want to put my focus. Right? Until these stocks just fade and fall and they're not setting up and they don't look good, this is where I want to have my focus. Right now, GREE is getting a lot of hype, guys. Look for the pre-market break. Ooh, it's getting some hype right now, guys. GREE right up into those pre-market highs of 31.35. Let's put GREE up on the live stream. We'll put NVNA off to the side here. Or NCNA. NCNA, new high a day, GREE. I'm looking for a 277 pullback there on NCNA. We can get this back down at 277. I like it. NCNA not only has room to 313, but we could see it up at 330. GREE has room to 3487. 3487. NCNA, I do like this because it could be a little bit of a cup and handle, guys, right? You could see a little bit of a cup and handle formation here on NCNA. Really good press release. This is where a lot of the focus was. I'm definitely watching NCNA here, right? For a possible cup and handle break over those highs. You got like 288 support, bottom support 277 over on NCNA. I know GREE is moving as well. But from a technical standpoint, a visual appealing pattern, we do have NC in A that could definitely form a nice little cup and handle here for a break over these highs for the leg up next towards around 330 and then 350 and then 385. So right now I want to see some structure here right off that 50% fib, right? Quick little double bottom, something. Start to see that transition, start to see that U shape, get some nice action to the upside for that potential break here on NCNA. I'm going to take a small little starter here just because it's getting some action. I'm going to take a teeny weeny itty bitty starter position here just to get my feet wet. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy on the position, but a little starter because I like the news. I like the potential that NCNA has. I like the idea of this forming a nice little breakout. And again, it's a teeny small starter position. Nothing too aggressive. Something that, I mean, I could let it breathe, 20, 30, 40 cents, which is more than enough. As GREE is starting to pull back a little bit, maybe we see some traders come into NCNA. We have NEON moving on up. That's halted right now. What's going on with NEON? I saw that one just got halted to the upside. Was there news right at 9:30? Yes. Neon, NEON, sensor modules selected for contactless airport kiosk trials by Doorstack in South Korea. You just had a press release drop there on NEON. We have news on NEON. This stock is currently halted to the upside. And that news came out right at 9:34. This stock has room. Jeez. And you got a lot of resistance nearby. I mean, after the stock goes live, you could see it up towards around $12.69. Anything over $12.69, you have room up towards around $13.50. And then $14 on NEON. There's GREE kind of struggling here a little bit. Got NCNA. Let's see if it gives us a nice little cup and handle. If it gets rejected and it comes back down in double bottoms, I'll average into this again. So if this one curls over here and it pulls back to that 288, I will average in again if it doesn't break out right now. So again, NEON does have news, right? There is news on NEON, there is some news there. You got PALT halted as well. Right now I have a position here on NCNA. Just trying to get a nice little break here. I'm taking half a high a day. I sold half a high a day. Back below 313, I'm out. Right? I'm not a breakout trader. If this one squeezes, I'll continue to capitalize on it. Back below 310, I lock in my quick little profit and enjoy a quick little 30, 40 bucks. It's a small account trade. It is what it is. Money's money. Green is green. Let's see if it wants to keep squeezing here a little bit. Let's see how high NCNA wants to go. I like this stock a lot. I like the news. New highs, new highs, new highs. We have room to 330. Back below 315, I'm going to think about cutting this stock. All right, I'm going to get out right now. I'm going to take my quick $28 base sit and call it a day, guys. Right? I scalp, right? I'm a natural scalper. I nail the entry. I get out in profit. I don't hold too long. Don't get caught up in rug pulls too often. I just don't hold. Yeah, because this stock go to 4, it could go to 4. Could it go to 330, 340? It could, but I'm already up, right? 250 shares. On a normal account, that would have been a couple thousand shares, right? That would have been a quick $200-300. It doesn't matter about the profit. It matters about the consistency, right? Nailing the entry, locking in profits. Nailing the entry, locking in profits. 2 for 2, 76 bucks on the small account. I'll take it. I'll take it. So right there, quick little in and out there on NCNA. In at 3, out at 315. So, 5%. 5% was the ROI on that trade. Guys are talking about PALT. I don't see any news. I wonder if it has any filings. No, it's just momentum, guys. I mean, it's been moving the last couple of days. It's still just momentum. Yeah, no news, but the stock has been moving a little bit over the last couple of days. Not a lot of volume either. But NEON, the only thing I don't like about NEON is the fact that you look at all this resistance just right overhead, right? A lot of daily resistance right overhead. The stock just went from 10 to 1230 with 4 levels of resistance all the way to 14. I like those big windows of opportunity, right? I like those nice big windows of opportunity. And right now, I'm not really seeing a lot of that big window of opportunity. Now, in CNA, this one still has a lot of great opportunity. But right now, the stock just broke over those pre-market highs. You could be a pullback trader at 310, right? When a stock breaks over a level of resistance and it pulls back on decreased volume back into that level of support, those are good bounce plays, right? Those are good bounce plays for scalps or for that reversal for that next leg up, guys. So again, nice break over those highs, pulling back. You're starting to see a nice little bounce there on NCNA. Give me a couple seconds, guys. I really have to use the restroom. Like, I've already drinking 3 bottles of water. I'll be right back, guys, okay? 1 second. All right, we're back. We are back, ready to rock. 56 viewers, 3 likes. Guys, I know we dropped the stream, but hit me with another good morning. Who's all over on YouTube? Right now, we're only 10 minutes in, guys. Up 76 bucks on the small account. A base hit's a base hit. A base hit's a base hit. So right now, still watching NCNA. How's NEON looking? See, again, NEON, guys, just with so much resistance overhead, other traders see that as well and not willing to really jump on in this and start pushing it to the upside. So right now, NEON halted. 5 at 1240, back down to 11. GOVX needs to get back above 5 to stay in play. GREE. Nah, it's just fading and falling. I thought we may be in a little bit of a falling channel there. Nothing too crazy. NCNA, quick little pop out of the gate. FBIO, nothing really happening there. AUVI, nothing really happening there. How's PALT after it went live? PALT after it went live. All right, PALT, no news. But it is getting some action right now. Again, no news, but it is getting some action. New all-time highs over 6, guys. So it just put in new all-time highs over 6. Nice break, nice pullback. Let's see if it holds on up. Let's see if it actually holds on up and keeps this attention and keeps this momentum. Maybe we have some opportunity here over on PALT. All right, so we're going to be watching PALT as well. There we go. You got GOVX trying to get back above that 200 SMA, guys. Quick little red to green, right? Quick little red to green back above the 200 SMA. I do like GOVX as well. It had good news. It has a lot of great potential to the upside here on GOVX. Again, support is that 200 SMA. If we can get back above 5, that's going to be our support level as well, back above 5. So right now, you have support at the open 488. You have support right around 490, the 200 SMA. So you have support right around 488 to 490 here on GOVX. Right? So let's see if GOVX can set up for us. Let's make sure it's not just a little false breakout over the open. So again, the top stocks right now, if you guys are wondering, GOVX, and potentially PALT, guys. I'm just not a fan of PALT because of the no news, and it's trading light volume, but it is getting some action towards it. But right now, I think GOVX has a lot of great potential as well, guys. If we really open GOVX and look, your next target's 526. Right, so again, your next target here on GOVX is right around that 525, 526 level. If we have a nice, healthy, decreasing volume pullback into the 9 EMA, into the 200 SMA, and we hold this level, I'm thinking about going long for the run-up towards around that VWAP or towards around 525. I put my stops maybe at like 480. I put my stops maybe at like 480 here on GOVX. I'd risk maybe like 10 cents on the play. So I'm going to take a little starter position just to get my feet wet. I think GOVX could definitely have this nice decreasing volume pullback, right back down to the open, right back down to the 200 SMA. We have 2 key levels of support right there, thinking we can get that U-shape break over 5 for the run up to 516 and 525 here on GOVX. If we come back down into the 480s, I go ahead and lock it up. I lose $10, right? I risk $10 on the play. Right, which is nothing compared to the profits. So again, very nice tight stops. Again, starter position, small position. I think GOVX has potential. Let's see if buyers can hold this up over that 488 to 490 level, guys. GREE is still fading on down here a little bit. GREE is still fading down to that 2811 level. So GREE right now down towards around 2811. That is a level of support from pre-market. That was a level of support from pre-market right around that 2811. GOVX needs to break 5 here, guys, on this candle or the next candle. One of the next 2 minutes, we want to see volume move in, we want to see buyers move in, and we want to see this breaking 5, ideally, right? The nice healthy pullback, we want to see that volume move in, those buyers move in, and push this up over $5. We start dropping back below 488, 487. It's probably not going to get it. It may start cracking and fading. You have to just have a stop in the system, guys. You just have to be willing to accept it and take that stop. Like that, boom, I'm out. So again, 2 for 3 on the day. 2 green, 1 red. I'm still up a little bit. You know, I took a little $18 loss there. Worth giving it a go, but overall, still green. That's how it really pays to, you know, have good risk management, guys, right? If you had bad risk management, you could have given all those profits back, right? All those profits back. But with good risk management, you're still profitable, decently profitable at the end of the day. So with that being said, you know, if you get into something and you say you're going to stop out if something happens, you just have to pull that trigger and get out. Yeah, PALT is getting some nice volume towards it, guys. You do have some support back down off that prior high and the halt level of 625. So your support right now on PALT is back down at 625. So NCNA still looks really nice. ITRM right now coming off the watch list. FBIO coming off the watch list. Still add AUVI and keep that on watch. We're definitely watching NCNA. NCNA. Nice little slow and steady uptrend. If this isn't a real nice, solid uptrend, we should see a new high up towards around 328 here on NCNA, guys. GREE is still just in this nice little downtrend from pre-market. Still nothing there yet. Still nothing there yet. A little bit of a false move there on GOVX. NEON not doing anything. And yeah, PALT is slow and steady to the upside, but you got to nail a pullback, guys. You just got to look for the best of the best level to nail that pullback. So again, right now, that pullback low is 666. We could see it hold up above 695. Right now, it's just all momentum to the upside. It's just stair-stepping its way up, slow and steady. Very steep uptrend. But as long as it holds this momentum, guys, it does have, you know, the sky is the limit. It has a lot of room to the upside. Got DLTR. Yeah, DLTR is making a nice move to the upside. You leaving? All right. Love you too. Have a good one. So you do have some decent daily support right around 97.38 here on DLTR. Your next target is going to be 100. And if we break over 100, you could definitely see this up towards around that 200 SMA, right around 104. So right now you do have decent support, right? Some pretty decent support right around that 97 level with resistance at 100, all right? Resistance right around 100. Anything over 100 up towards around 104. Starting to crack that really steep uptrend here on PALT. Let's wait for the stock to pull back for us. A nice, healthy pullback. Yeah, look at that. Big nasty rug pull, Chris. Big nasty rug pull there on NCNA. It is still trending up, right? We have the high, low, higher low, slightly higher high. I mean, it's still in a slight uptrend. And you could put a nice little trend line on the play and see if it continues to build these higher lows and get those quick little new highs. But again, that big nasty rug pull there, not a fan of it. That definitely kind of deters me away a little bit. Let's go look at some of yesterday's movers, guys, right? We had a couple good trades here right out of the gate, right? AUVI was a nice one in pre-market. NCNA, yes, small little loser on GOVX, but hey, it's all about that risk management, baby. You got CEI right up towards around yesterday's highs, right? Right up towards around yesterday's highs and those pre-market highs of 348. I mean, how much higher is CEI just going to go? All right, how much higher is CEI really going to go? ALF was another mover from yesterday. This one doing absolutely nothing. We can take that off. GOGO. We'll still keep that one on watch for tomorrow, maybe the remainder of the week. You got DATS that's still just absolutely tearing to the upside. It's still just absolutely rocketing to the upside. Support right now if you guys are interested in DATS and you're wondering where is the best level for a pullback. I would say anywhere from 1458 to 1486 would be the best level for the pullback, guys. 1458, 1486 would be a good area for a pullback here over on DATS. You guys are interested in DATS, guys. And the stock, I mean, the sky's the limit. It has a lot of momentum. It has a lot of activity and a lot of attention. You could easily see $20 on DATS. Right now, nothing yet on DATS, nothing yet on PALT, nothing yet on NEON as far as any kind of setups or entries. GOVX is below every level. I'm taking GOVX off the watch list. This one had the opportunity. It is just getting absolutely just crushed right now. NCNA is losing a little bit of that momentum. You could tell based on the price action and how it's just moving. It's definitely losing some momentum here over on NCNA. Nothing really happening with AUVI. So, right now, the top stocks at this point in time. You do have GREE trying to reverse. We still have a little bit of time here, in my opinion, to really see that proper reversal, but we could definitely start to see a reversal forming here soon on GREE. I definitely think that one's worth watching. Definitely, I think, PALT is worth watching. I mean, we do have support back down at 625. It could easily hold up that lower shadow right here, that pullback level, right around 665, which is also the VWAP as well. And right now you have a flag-like formation. Leg to the upside, right? Big run to the upside on increased volume, followed by a period of consolidation and a flag-like formation. You do have a little bit of this ugly flag, but it's meeting the criteria of a flag there on PALT. So PALT has some great potential. GREE as well. And then we do also have DATS. I think DATS has some good potential again today as well on DATS. We just pulled back to that 1458 level there on DATS. We just pulled back to that 1450 level on DATS on nice, healthy, decreased volume as well, guys. I'm just waiting to see if DATS is actually going to hold this level on up. Right now I'm watching GREE. This one still has activity. This one still has potential. Watching DATS to see if it can actually hold up one of these levels, right? Our number one gainer right now is PALT. Like I said, it was flagging there a little bit on PALT, and look at that. We just broke that little downtrend. Nice little flag break. If anybody was able to grab PALT off the flag, good job, team. Good job. Yeah, DATS is pulling back really hard. DATS is starting to give a lot back right there. Right now, yeah, I'm going to focus here on PALT. PALT is nice, steady, consistent. Technicals being honored. I like it. Let's look and see if we get a nice little breakout setup here. Got resistance right off those highs. I'd like to see a quick little pullback and then a break over the highs, right? Run up to the highs, pulled back, back into the highs. I'd like to see a couple candles pull back and then get that nice U shape for the break on out over these highs here. That's what I would like to see to get involved, right? If it wants to keep going, let it keep going. We'll still have an opportunity to present itself on PALT, but I'd like to see the stock pull back, starts a U shape, and then get the break over 725. So right now, PALT, I'm looking to see if we get a couple candle pullback here for a nice little U-shape break over the 724 highs. A lot of momentum. Buyers are in control. You do see a little bit of divergence starting to set in on the RSI, but you could see that oscillate with this much momentum and this much attention towards it right now. So PALT, again, if we get a nice couple candle pullback, maybe get that nice U-shape for the break over the highs. Right now, just waiting to see where that pullback's going to form. Right now, we have about 20 seconds left on this candle here on PALT. We got about 20 seconds left here. I personally want to wait. Make sure it's a nice, healthy, decreasing volume pullback. Could be forming a nice little doji for that rip. Ooh, it's tempting. We close out here, we might see that next candle just blast on over that level of resistance and start moving up higher, guys. Let's see if PALT can hold on up and get that high day break. Now she's really slowing down there, ain't she? Now she's like, you know what? We were moving pretty well. You know, moving up really nice. And now once we give you a setup, you know, a decent little setup, we're just going to sit sideways. We're going to stall on out here. But right now, PALT, I mean, it has potential if we can get these buyers to move in and get that pop over those highs there. I mean, nice rip up into the 720s. Nice U-shape, trying to get that quick higher low. Staying above the 9 EMA. Had a decent little doji formation on the 1 minute. Definitely would have liked to see that candle open and just pop right through resistance. That could have been a nice little continuation setup there on PALT. Right now, PALT has support at 627. PALT has support at 627, but right now you got GREE getting some action over VWAP here. Right now you have GREE with room up towards around 31.35. CEI is getting talked about on Wall Street Bets. I mean, my grandma was talking to me the other day about CEI too. Everybody's talking about CEI right now. Everybody's talking about that CEI, you know, the next short squeeze candidate. Right now, you got GREE making moves, but it's a very choppy recently. Up the VWAP, pull back, holding the trend line up. I mean, you got right now 2910-ish support there on GREE, 2910-ish support there on GREE. You do have PALT trying to work for a little bit of a cup and handle breakout over those highs of 724. Got NEON trying to get some action towards it. NEON, slow and steady. I mean, you could definitely see a quick little pop back up towards around 1240. There on NEON, back up towards around $12.40. How's NCNA looking? NCNA is honestly in a nice little wedge formation. Right? Pretty ugly, pretty choppy, but I mean, it is wedging. We are banging that top trend line, and we're holding this trend line as support. May start cracking here momentarily, guys. We actually may start to see NCNA start to crack and pull back towards around 288. So if you guys are in, consider locking it up because you are in a bearish formation here. NCNA is forming a nice little rising wedge formation, which is bearish. If you guys are in, I would consider maybe locking in some of those profits before you start to see it turn on over and crack a little bit. How's AUVI doing? AUVI is not really doing all that much. PALT, just looking to see if we get the high a day here. PALT might be able to get a high a day. Starting to slow down a lot, though, on PALT. Definitely starting to slow down here. NEON. Nothing. So right now, the top two stocks at this point in time, the top two guys, you have GREE, has room to 31.35. If you guys are in, you may want to consider locking in some profits around 31.35. You got PALT, a lot of momentum, a lot of great action to the upside, trying to get a quick little breakout formation going here on PALT, but it's just not getting that big pop. Those buyers aren't really stepping this in to get this up over that 725 level. So if it can break 725, I mean, $8 is your next little target there on PALT, right around $8. NEON is just very slow right now. In GREE, you have room to 31.35 with support back down at 29.10. NCNA is forming a slight, again, slow and steady, slight rising wedge formation, which is bearish. So again, be mindful of that. We could see NCNA eventually get tighter and tighter and tighter, and then it crack that uptrend and actually start fading back down towards around 288 there on NCNA. And right now, AUVI, the only thing that we really have here on AUVI is this potential little downtrend we could be looking to break coming on up. So right now, nothing really crazy, guys. Nothing really crazy. I mean, yeah, CEI is moving around a little bit, right? CEI is moving around a little bit, but there's no real solid intraday setup there on CEI. Right now, pretty much a lot of the focus is on PALT, and a lot of the focus is on GREE. A lot of traders are waiting for this stock to get some action up towards around those highs. We do have room up towards around 34.84 if we can break over that intraday high of 31.75. So again, there's some good opportunity, but it's not like a hot day like this is moving, this is ripping, $1, $2, $3 here, right? Definitely not super hot. Not super hot, but there is some decent opportunity here in the market today, guys. So right now, the top two stocks, in my opinion, you got PALT and you have GREE. GREE, room to 31.35 and then 31.75. Anything over those highs, room to 34.84 next, okay? PALT, support back down at 672. If it cracks below 672, you're looking at 625. All right, that's on PALT. PALT has resistance at the highs of 724. Looking to see if that stock can break over 724, get a new high a day, up towards around $8 there on PALT. There goes GREE, getting some action. I'm not buying at the high a day, though. Again, I want to see if maybe we get rejected, pull back for a higher low U-shape, then catch for the break. Then catch it for a potential breakout there on GREE. I'd like to see it stay below those highs and set up for a nice little intraday breakout formation. But right now, a lot of traders rushing on into GREE. A lot of traders piling into GREE right now. Let's see if we can actually hold on up, make sure it's not a false breakout, and make sure it doesn't give absolutely everything back. So right now, we're above pre-market highs. GREE is above pre-market highs of 31.35. Let's just see if it can hold on that level. Let's see if it can hold up that level. Right around 31.35, 31.28, right around that level. Those pre-market highs. All right, let's see if this stock can now hold that up as new support now that we're finally breaking and closing above those pre-market highs. So again, as long as we do not close back below those pre-market highs, as long as we don't close back below, we can definitely see momentum continue to pour in, volume continue to move in, and this stock has room to 34.84 there on GREE. I think we see more of a pullback coming on up here, guys. I think we see a little bit more of a pullback here on GREE. We broke out, and we're losing volume along the breakout, right? We're losing volume here along this break to the upside. When we see breakouts, we want to see volume increase during the breakout. So when we see a breakout with less volume, every now and then we see the stock curl back over and fall back down, and it cannot actually hold on up. So with that being said, I would be a little cautious and a little mindful that GREE just broke out into a new intraday high, but it's on lighter volume, on less volume, and that could be a signal that we could crack that level of support and move back even lower there on GREE. Nothing happening with NEON. Again, we've already talked about NCNA on this bearish formation. If you guys are in, consider locking in some profits. You have a rising wedge formation here on NCNA. Rising wedges are bearish. If this one cracks to the downside out of this rising wedge, you could definitely see it back down at 288. I mean, some nice action right out of the gate. The first 15, 20 minutes, some decent action out of the gate, but everything's really starting to slow on down now, right? CEI pulling on back. GOGO is just all over the place, a little too choppy for my liking. DATS, it's just very slow and steady now. PALT had great opportunity, had great potential. This one right now is losing a lot of the focus. So right now, the number one penny stock, the number one stock that we should be focused on and watching is G to the R to the E to the E, GREE. And again, this stock does have room to 34.84. Good morning. What is going on? I am not in GREE. With that decreasing volume as we broke out, that just suggests that we have higher probabilities of potentially pulling on back, right? We have higher probabilities of potentially pulling back on GREE when we break out on light volume. But as long as it stays above 3120, as long as it stays above 3120 here on GREE, it technically has room to get up towards around 34.84 there on GREE if it does not crack back below 3120. But if it closes back below 3120, you could definitely see this pull back towards around 29.70 to 29.80 there on GREE. So right now, I'm being patient with GREE. I'm being very patient. I'm not jumping the gun. I'm not getting involved here near the highs, especially since we broke out, right? When we actually started to break out and making those consistent higher highs, we started to see some light volume moving on in. So being very patient with GREE, making sure it's the best of the best entry. LCID, we already had that level drawn up, 27.95, and right now LCID is above that 27.95. We saw it was resistance here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes worth of resistance, pull back, higher low, breaking on out. Right now, it is definitely bullish over 28. Over 27.95, 28 bucks. LCID definitely looks really good. Right? LCID looks good, and LCID, next target to the upside, going to be 28.99, right around 28.99. And then over 28.99, you could see LCID up towards around 29.74. Right? So right around that 29.74 level. So right now, the top stocks are LCID above 27.95, room to 28.99. GREE, again, as long as it does not crack below 31.20, you have room to 34.84. NCNA, again, I said lock in those profits. You have a bearish chart formation, right? Potentially cracking out of that rising wedge. That's bearish. Look at that. Cracking, starting to fade, starting to fall. And AUVI is just not doing anything at all at this point in time. Yo, good morning, Frank. What's up? Right now, I mean, you know, there's opportunity, but there's not like substantially hot opportunity. I mean, you got LCID, right? LCID above that prior high, right? If LCID can hold above that prior high, it still has potential, right? So let's see if LCID can, you know, stay above 27.95. We definitely have some room to 28.99 there on LCID, but things are starting to slow down in my opinion, just a teeny little bit. You got a lot of resistance on GREE. I would actually be getting out of GREE if I was in that. I'd be getting out. You have 1, 2, 3, 4 bars, right? 4 wicks right across these highs. Lots of resistance there, guys. Lots of resistance. I definitely think 31.20 could crack, and it could start pulling back even more down towards 30. I would be getting out of GREE. I don't like those 4 candle wicks right across the top. I think we have high probabilities of cracking and dropping hard. So I'd be getting out of GREE personally if that was me. PLT, support back down at 625 there on PALT. You have a little bit of support back down at 625, right around 625. Right now, again, LCID, as long as it stays above 27.95, you have a lot of great potential right up towards around 28.99, 29 bucks. GREE is just in this really tight channel now, right? Very short term, but very tight channel. Bottom support, 31.20. Top resistance, 32.26-ish. Needs to make a decision on which way it's going to go. But right now, just seeing all this resistance here, more resistance than support, that tells me that we have higher probabilities of cracking versus breaking to the upside. But let's see if we can have buyers show like, hey, we're in control as well. We want to hold this stock up. We don't want it dropping below 31.20. We're going to hold it up just like the buyers are holding it down. Right now, it's right in between support and resistance. It's a little bit of a tug of war, right, between buyers and sellers. Sellers keeping this stock down below 32.26. Buyers keeping this stock above 31.20. They're fighting right now, right? Just one tug of war. Back and forth between those buyers and those sellers. Right now, you can just play support to resistance, resistance to support, but eventually it will make a move higher or lower. We know that. But right now, you know, you might try and nail a bounce play at support and ride it back up to resistance. Take half your position. If it breaks, leave a runner on the table, right? I mean, that's how you could play GREE if you wanted to get involved now. But with that being said, I'm personally not touching GREE at this point in time. I think it's just a little too risky. Right now at this point in time. But if you're like adamant and you're like, you know what, I don't care, I'm not going to listen to you, Josh, right? You would buy off support and sell at resistance, half your position, leave a little bit as a runner just in case it does break and continue the rip and run to the upside, and your stops have to be underneath that consolidation low, guys. Right now, I'm not touching GREE. I find it just to be a little too risky at this point in time. Watch for the break of this downtrend here on AUVI. Watch for the potential break of the downtrend here on AUVI. You're starting to see a little bit more volume move in. You have support right there at 733. That was support here in pre-market, right around that 50 SMA. And we could definitely see buyers move back in and get the break of the downtrend. And you have room up towards around $8 there over on AUVI. You guys are quiet today. You guys are super quiet, not talking or anything. My goodness. You guys just love my voice that much. I love you guys too. Love you guys. How's CRM doing? CRM still have that one on watch for a swing trade. DATS. Decent little uptrend there. Decent little uptrend there on DATS. With that flat resistance right around that 1550 mark. Let's see if DATS can hold on up here and get tighter and tighter and tighter and try and break into these new highs here on DATS. So let's keep this one on high watch coming on up, guys. DATS, definitely think that's worth watching. Keeping this one on watch here. You have a nice uptrend with flat top resistance. We could definitely see this getting tighter and tighter and tighter and possibly breaking over that 1573 level. Yeah, NCNA, we've been talking about this one for, pretty much all day. We had some decent opportunity here intraday to the long side, was able to lock in a couple dollars. But with that being said, then we noticed that it was in a rising wedge formation, right? You had these highs connected with the trend line. You had these lows connected. You could see that these lines would eventually intersect. It would get tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter. And you actually saw sellers take control here, and it cracked below the trend line, right? So now it is bearish below this trend line. It popped back up, and now it's respecting that old trend line support as new resistance. This to me is bearish. 80% of the time, you see these curl back over and continue the fade and continue to fall. So again, 80% of the time when you crack these trend lines, they pop right back up, retest trend line support as new resistance, and then you see him fade even lower and continue the move to the downside. So really all you're seeing right now on NCNA, right? You had nice uptrend support, uptrend support, uptrend support, right? We cracked the trend line, bounced. Now you have traders respecting that as resistance, and you have higher odds of that stock continuing to fade and continuing to fall. Your next level of support is going to be 288 there on NCNA. So it does have room back down towards around $2.88 there on NCNA. Or it can just get right back above the trend line. It's like, 80% of the time, look, I mean, respected. Resistance, 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 and then out of nowhere, boom, buyers just say, you know what, we're gonna do what we want today. Yeah, screw technicals. Screw technicals. Screw probabilities, right? We're just gonna trade. There's no probabilities, there's no technicals, right? Anyway, now it's back above that trend line, right? Now it's coming back below. It's choppy right now. Let's be honest. It's very choppy. Right out of the start, technicals were honored. Pretty consistent, but right now it's just a little too iffy, a little too choppy right now on NCNA. So I'm not too crazy about it, guys. There's the crack of GREE back below support. This one's losing a lot of volume, losing a lot of attention right now. PALT still fading and falling. LCID not able to hold support. DATS a quick new high day. Like, I'm not a fan of the market. I'm just going to be completely honest with you guys. I'm not a fan of what I'm seeing right now. There's a lot of inconsistency, right? Out of the gate, absolutely, right? 15, 20 minutes out of the gate, great opportunity. We made some profits. In pre-market, great opportunity. Made some profits, but right now, really looking at everything, AUVI is just very choppy and selling on off. NCNA, right? Can't make up its damn mind. Are we going to stay above or below the trend line? Right? We got to come up and retest the uptrend support as resistance. Nope, we're going to get back above. Nope, we're going to come back down below. Nope, we're going to get back above. Nope, buyers haven't made up their mind on NCNA, right? A little unpredictable, a little uncertain, right? It's just 50-50. It's a very choppy mess on NCNA right now, right? I don't like choppiness. This stock is choppy, right? Not a lot going on there. GREE. Nice big pop up into the new highs, right? Looking to see if this one can hold on up support. Nope, can't hold on up. Now it's starting to fade and fall back down. Now you have resistance at 31.20, right? You had support off those pre-market highs once we broke above. Buyers couldn't take control and move this higher. So right now falling back down below support, and that level now turning back into resistance. PALT right now, again, it's 50-50 as well. It could not break over those highs, pulling all the way back down to 650, a little bit of a bounce, back down to 650, a little bit of a bounce. There's nothing clear here on PALT right now, right? There's nothing clear. There's no setup. There's no opportunity at this point in time. LCID, same thing. Nice grind throughout the entire day. Once we broke over that key level of 27.95, right? We came down and bounced, and buyers just couldn't step back behind this to continue getting this going to the upside, slow and steady. Right now on LCID, you do have some light support right now at 27.39. So we had a high, resistance, support, and the VWAP. So a few separate reasons. Now we could definitely see some decent support right around 27.93 there on LCID. Thoughts on BBIG? The first thing I notice is the potential uptrend. Right? First thing I notice is that uptrend here on BBIG. Obviously, there's no news. There was call sweeps yesterday on BBIG, $15 call sweeps. October 15th, $15 call sweep near the ask. They bought quite a bit of them. So there was a sweep yesterday, 2,500 calls. October 15th sweep near the ask. So someone's thinking BBIG still has some juice left in it. All I know is BBIG does not look like it has any juice left in it. I mean, it could just be me, but BBIG doesn't look like it has any juice left in it right now, guys. Right? Intraday, right? Intraday, yes, there's some opportunity. you have the stock opening, breaking over the open, pulling back. Nice little uptrend, pulling back right now to the trend line. I would consider going long, right? This is the third point of the trend line. We could definitely see that third point hold on up. Stops would be at like under the VWAP. You could risk 10 cents, right? You could risk 10 cents on BBIG. Where would your next target be? You're looking up towards around 664. 664-ish. Next target. 663, 664. So right there, I mean, you could probably nail 25, 30 cents. Risking maybe 7 to 10 at most. But again, it's just a little risky. There's no catalyst for BBIG. There's no credible reason for BBIG to be moving today. It's not even really trading substantial volume, right? Compared to the volume that was trading as it was grinding to the upside, right? A couple weeks ago, there was great volume. Right now, it's just not really looking a lot. It doesn't look great at all on the daily, right? There's nothing on the daily whatsoever to solidify why the stock is currently up a whopping 3%, right? There's no reason, in my opinion, that we see this stock really move aggressively on BBIG unless we see some kind of press release come out, right? Unless we see the company drop some kind of press release. And right now, the only thing that I can think of is you got a lot of sweeps, right? 927, you had a $9 call sweep near the ask, right? November 19th. Just yesterday, you had an October 15th $15 call sweep there on BBIG, 2,500 contracts, right? You had 2,500 contracts. So with that being said, someone may know something, right? That's $15. Someone has a $15 call sweep on BBIG. So with that being said, someone may know something. That's a pretty large order, 2,500 calls going October 15th. So someone thinks within the next couple of weeks, BBIG could be maybe near $15, right? So you may use that to your advantage. Maybe grab some calls, only invest what you're willing to risk and just see if BBIG moves. There may be an upcoming press release. Someone may know something and they're taking those positions now, waiting for the company to drop that kind of press release. Again, that's all speculation. But again, when you see large amounts of volume moving in with sweeps on certain stocks, especially 2 weeks until expiration at a $15 call, right? And that amount of contracts being bought, 2,500, that's an aggressive order. That's 100% away, and it's within 2 weeks. So someone may know something as to why BBIG may move up back towards $15 if they're buying those $15 calls on October 15th and they're buying a large amount. So look at PALT, guys. PALT halted to the upside. Okay. Very nice. PALT currently halted to the upside, ladies and gentlemen. Very nice. So right now, PALT was halted at 10:29:21. So we will be live on PALT at 10:34:21. 10:34:21. So we still got a little bit of time here on PALT. But bringing back to BBIG, I know I went on a little bit of a tangent, right? There's no reason for the stock to be moving today, right? It's only up 2%, right? It's up 11 cents, guys. It's nothing substantial, right? I know we want to resort back to these stocks because they've moved before, but typically, guys, these stocks are one and dones, right? Typically, these stocks, they only have so much juice. They can only go so high, right, guys? I know we want to go back to the ATERs because we made money on them. I know we want to go back to the BBIGs because we made great money on them, but the last thing we want to do is be trading a stock that not a lot of people are trading and give that money back on a stock that we made so much money on. Why are we honestly looking at BBIG today? It only moved from 610 to 640. It's only up 1.77%, right? I'm not, bashing you guys. I'm not trying to tear you guys down. I just really am, I lost my train of thought. I'm really passionate about you guys being successful, right? I'm very passionate about you identifying where that opportunity is and you making consistent profits. And this is something I used to do as a trader. I would always resort back to these prior stocks that have moved in the past, just looking for an opportunity, right? Looking for one, not letting the opportunity come to me, right? The opportunity coming to me would be BBIG going on a 50-cent spike with a shit ton of volume moving in, right? That would be an opportunity coming to me. BBIG going on a big time rep, a big time run, right? Holding its gains and continuing to the upside. Now I'm saying, hey, this stock could definitely have some opportunity for me to take advantage of. But for me to just go back and look at a stock that was moving and try to find the opportunity, right? Me finding and hunting for the opportunity, that's what I used to do, and that's what I did that was wrong. I would go hunt for the opportunity, not let the opportunity come to me. Again, 3 to 5 stocks, guys. 3 to 5 stocks that have the best of the best potential. Those 3 to 5 stocks, they will provide you with some kind of opportunity throughout the day. The last thing that we should be doing is going and hunting for the opportunity. Hunting. Where's it at? Where's it at? Is it here? Is it here? Is it here? Is it there? If we do what we're supposed to do every single day, right? Without fail, come into the market, do our due diligence for that 2.5 hours from 7 to 9:30. We're going through hundreds of stocks. From 7 to 9:30, we are reviewing hundreds of stocks, right? And we're able to take that down to like 10, to like 5, right? We're eliminating the noise. We already know, based on us doing our due diligence, where that opportunity could be, where the best potential is. And that's where we focus. And we wait for the opportunity to present itself to us, and then we attack because we're prepared. I just know from experience, I would go hunt for that opportunity, and I would lose all my money. When I just sat back, calm, cool, collective, 3 to 5 stocks on watch, every now and then we're adding some, we're taking some away because things are moving throughout the day, press release, right? But we're not overwhelming ourselves looking at 30, 40, 50 stocks. Sitting back, being calm, cool, collective, remaining patient and disciplined, and just waiting for the opportunity to come to you, you're going to not hesitate. You're going to feel confident to attack, and you're going to make more consistent profit in the market because you're keeping it simple. PALT is now live. PALT is now live. PALT is now live, guys. I'm taking a little bit of profit here. Let's see if we get a break. Back under 775, I'm out. Back under 775, I'm out of PALT. Right now, I want to see if it breaks 8. A lot of momentum, a lot of hype. A lot of momentum and a lot of hype. PALT, I still have 100 shares on the table. Back below 775, I'm out of PALT. Let's see if we break over 8 here. Let's see if we can break over 8. If we break over 8, I'm going to take another 50 shares of my 200 shares on the small account. Let's see if we get 8. Oh, it's going for 8. Can we get 8? Come on, baby. Get 8. Break 8. You can do it. I believe in you, PALT. I believe in you, PALT. Break $8. Keep on ripping and running. There's 8. Taking 8 out aggressively. Big order at 8, but he was getting taken out aggressively, guys. Right now, you got bids at $7.90. Big strong sellers at $8. Let's see if we can take that big seller out at 8. He's getting taken out. Boom, new high a day. New high day. Let's make sure it's not a false breakout. Yep, back below $8. Back into the 790s. I'm taking 50 shares here, and I'm leaving 50 shares on the table. I'm still holding 50 shares of PALT just to see if this one wants to continue the rip to the upside. Right now, buyers are holding strong over 8. Right now, I got 156. 156 on PALT. 160. Not a bad day for the small account. PALT, not a bad little trade there. I'll take it. Nice big move to the upside. Nice big move. Should I go ahead and just lock it in, guys? Should I go ahead and just lock up PALT? What do you guys think? Should I just lock it up completely? I got 50 shares left. I've already taken 3/4 of my position. I've already taken 3/4 of my position. I have 50 shares left. I got $50 on the table. Go ahead and lock it up and call it a small account. Success day. Lock it up. We keep getting new highs a day. I'm going to continue to ride this momentum. So back below 810, I lock it up, and I'm out. I'm just going to walk away from it. I locked it in, guys. I locked it in. Do you have any swing trade recommendations for the small account? Not really right now, guys. Right? We were banging out swing trades left and right on the small account. BBIG, ATER, KPLT was a decent one. SOFI, Apple. I mean, we've been banging them out lately. But the overall market is kind of in just this unpredictable territory right now. So if we're thinking like options for swing trading, I'm personally not swing trading options right now. I'm not really doing anything with these blue chips. The only thing I'm doing is I'm waiting for the market to continue to correct, come down, and I can dollar cost average in and buy the dip. But the market's just too erratic. Gap up, right, goes red. Gap down, goes green. It's just all over the place, right? The last thing that I want to be doing is trying to swing trade through this crap, right? Any kind of blue chips, the S&P or anything like that. But as far as like penny stocks, right? Like small cap penny stock swing trades, the only thing that I currently have on watch is DATS. Not anytime soon, but like maybe in a few weeks, if DATS can ever pull back and come back down to reality and set back up, maybe DATS for a swing trade in a few weeks. But right now, that's that. So yeah, right now, I only have 3 stocks on the swing trade watch list. I'm watching CRM just for shits and giggles, but again, I'm really talking myself out of swinging CRM just because we are in correction territory in the market. And the last thing I want to do is identify a long opportunity, stay on CRM and go long, and the market still pull back another 5-10%. I'm just going to lose money. My long will not work on CRM if the overall market is pulling back. CRM is really not going to hold up those technicals and give me that long trade that I'm looking for, right? So I'm really just being patient right now while we're correcting in the market. And really just sitting back and not taking any kind of swing trades because, like I said, the market is very erratic right now. This is a good time to sit back and prepare for when we start to see those bottoms come in to start buying those dips for the legs up, right? It's really hard to be patient sometimes, but that's the best thing to do when the market's really erratic and volatile is to be patient. But as far as small cap penny stocks, I don't have anything really nice on my swing trade watch list right now. So trust me, if I ever come across anything that's like, my goodness, this is a great swing trade, you already know I'm going to talk to you guys about it. I'm going to alert you guys, right? ATER, BBIG, every other swing trade we've had, right? Why do I like it? We found it. Here's what I'm looking to do. And, make some money with you guys. So let's go ahead and get a picture and kaboom. So right there on the day, small account 215.50. Not bad. Not bad at all. PALT was a 157, 28 bucks on NCNA, 48 bucks on AUVI, and a small loser on GOVX. So 3 for 4, and my loss being $18. My biggest gain 157.50, 215.50 on the small account for the day. So I'll take it. Not bad at all. Yes, Angel, my goodness. Good stuff. Angel, boom. Ooh, that's money, man. That's money. That's what I'm talking about. $3,380. Woo-hoo-hoo. Angel coming in clutch. Ow! That's what I'm talking about. Still riding. He's currently oh, dude, you're crushing it, buddy. You're crushing it. That's what I'm talking about. Guys, I'm sorry. I was over here looking at PALT. I was trading PALT. Yeah, CEI is ripping on up, right? CEI is doing phenomenal. But PALT was doing great as well, and I took that up into the Hulk, guys, 157.50. But right now, yes, CEI is grinding to the upside, and CEI has room to that 372 level. CEI has room to that 372 and then $4. Right now, guys, it's extended. It just went from 330 to 368. What do we know about stocks? What do we not do when a stock rips like that? What do we not do when a stock goes 30, 40, 50 cents without pulling back? We don't touch it. We wait for the stock to pull back, right? We wait for the stock to pull back. So that's what we're doing. We're waiting for that stock to pull back, guys. Angel, when you lock in your profits, you're leaving for the day. You're gone. You're leaving for the day, right? You're making tens of thousands of dollars in a day, right? That's your goal, right? So now what you do is you pull that money out of your account. I don't have it. I did not make this money, right? The basics, baby. I'm locking in $100 days. I'm not making 10 grand. I'm making $100. Take that money out of your account and you're going to reset your mindset. And you're going to reset your mindset as if you have a fresh starting account and you're going to treat things like you treat things when you don't want to lose money. You don't have that breathing room. You don't have that wiggle room. You don't have a $10,000 CEI safety net. You know what? You don't have that. It's non-existent. My account's is reset. My account's at my starting balance when I first funded my account, right? That's that mindset you got to keep, and you're going to continue to have these big days by keeping that mindset, my man. But right now, that profit, you made it. Fantastic. When the market closes the day, guess what? That profit's no longer in existence. It's out of your account. It's gone. You're starting from scratch tomorrow, right? It's going to keep you in a good mindset. Promise. So nice trade on PALT. Did anybody else grab PALT with me? Anybody else grab PALT with me? I was in this one right around $6.70 and $7. Never got stopped out and absolutely ripped. Anything you would jump in midday. You know, I'm not a big afternoon trader, right? And the reason for that is it's the slowest time of the day, right? There's a lack of volume. There's a lack of activity. There's a lack of opportunity. So I'm not a big fan of trading midday. I'm a big fan of 9:30 to 11:30, right? That's the hottest 2 hours of the day. And then 2:30 to 4, the hottest hour and a half in the day there. Usually over lunch, it's very slow. It's very choppy. So would I jump into PALT right now? I would not jump into PALT right now. Nope, it's very overextended. The stock just ripped from 660 and it's hitting highs of 850 right now. The stock needs to pull back for us, right? The stock eventually needs to pull back. Right now, you have support back down towards around 819 off those prior highs. You have support right now on PALT back down to 819 off those prior highs, guys. Now, if it cracks below that 819, you have room to the halt level. Remember that halt level, they like to bounce. Halt levels like to be filled, right? There's a gap here on the 1 minute chart. There's a gap right here. Those gaps like to be filled. Eventually, PALT will most likely come back down to fill that gap at 750. And you'll probably see a really nice bounce off that gap level. So right now, guys, if you're like, what do I want to get involved with? PALT, what is it, right? If PALT ever comes back down to 750, I would be a buyer for the bounce on that halt level, right around 750, because gaps like to be filled. LCID, I'm not too crazy about it. GATS, I'm not too crazy about it. GREE, nice downtrend. Coming back into a level of support. Keep GREE on high watch for the possible downtrend break setup. All right, for the possible downtrend break setup here on GREE. All right, keep this one on high watch, guys. This one coming in the lunch is on high watch. NCNA, done for, guys. AUVI, done for. Top two stocks right now. Obviously, CEI, right? A lot of momentum. The stock's been on a freaking tear for the past month. And then we still have PALT, and this stock is absolutely ripping and running from a, 680-ish entry? It's all the way up at 880 right now. Oh, man. I had 200 shares. If I would have held that, shoulda, coulda, woulda. That would have been awesome. But hey, I'll take 215. And I think I'm out of buying power today, guys. Yep, I'm out of buying power on my small account. Wah, wah, wah. So, no more trading for me today, guys. I'm out of buying power on my small account. So again, stocks coming into lunch, guys. The top stocks right now at this point in time, all right? GREE for the possible downtrend break setup. PALT Stock needs to pull back to 819, right? You got support at 819. It cracks below 819. Watch for this to fill the gap, right? You have this nice little beautiful gap right here on PALT. Gaps like to be filled. If this gap is filled and we come down to that halt level at 750, I would expect to see a nice big bounce out of that 750 level. Maybe grab a quick 50 cents on the bounce. I expect to really see that gap get filled and see PALT move higher, especially if we continue to see this momentum in this action to the upside. PALT on high watch, guys. So we said GREE, possible downtrend break coming on up in the future. High watch. PALT, we've already talked about that. Another one that is on high watch. And then CEI has room back down to 340. 340 is your current level of support. Right now, high day resistance at 368 with overhead resistance at 372. I will absolutely do that. If I were to jump back in and if I had buying power, I would absolutely let you know. I don't know. I haven't really been too adamant about, refunding my larger account because I'm honestly having fun with the small account, right? I'm honestly having fun. It just sometimes it sucks. Jumping into a trade, like, it's not really working, get out. Well, now I have, 50% of my account left. I see another trade, I jump in. All right, I'm going to take profits, $20. And I'm like, dang, I'm done trading for the day. And I see this setup, and I would have jumped in. It's, the small account challenge is fun. The small account challenge, the point of that is to build discipline, to build consistency, right? To identify your edge. The growth and the money for the small account is icing on the cake. But there's more to the small account than just the profit. It's really about the consistency and the discipline and identifying what your edge is and learning and seeing those great results with a small amount of money so you build confidence to take on bigger size and bigger positions as your accounts grow and as you fund the accounts. I've already done that. I've already been there, right? I've gone through the small accounts. I've gotten the discipline. I've gotten the consistency, right? I've identified my edge. So it's a huge step back to go from a main account that I work hard with back to a small account. It was a completely different, approach, this time around. It's taken me about a month and a half to kind of get back my feet being wet, using a small account, and trading a small account, but it's been fun. But to answer your question, when are you getting your large account back? I don't know yet. Whenever I decide to fund it, whenever I decide to, wire transfer the money over, I'll have it back, but I'm not right now. I'm not really too adamant or too eager to refund it right now. I'm having fun with you guys on the small account. Base hits. I enjoy the consistency behind it. I enjoy the base hits. I enjoy the scaling aspect. So now when I go back to my main account, I can scale properly. I'm enjoying it right now. So I don't know yet. I don't know. It does look like a rising wedge on DATS. It does look like a rising wedge, possibly on DATS. It's getting tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter. So it definitely could be rolling over very, very soon, like Corey said. So Corey's spot on there, guys. We know CEI has room back to 340, has high day resistance. We know PALT is very overextended right now. We need to start to see PALT pull on back. You have support around 819 to 820 there on PALT. Give me a few moments, guys, if you don't mind. It's 10:50 in the market, right? We know exactly what we're looking at, what's going on. I'm going to use the restroom, grab a drink of water, and get us prepared for our lesson, right? I have a lesson planned for the day. I think it's a very important topic and something to go ahead and attack today before we move into the last 3 months of the year. However, if you guys have another recommendation, you're like, Josh, I really need to learn about this today. Like, I really need this, and I need to learn about this today. Please let me know, guys. Type it up in chat. Let me know. I will custom tailor that lesson for you today, and we will do my lesson tomorrow, and we'll do that on the last day of the month tomorrow, guys. So, again, if you have any recommendations, something that you really need to work on today and learn about today, now's your chance to type it up in chat. We will go ahead and custom tailor our lesson for you to make sure that it's the education and the value that you need today to start seeing better results tomorrow, guys. Okay? Give me a few moments. I'm going to use the restroom, grab a drink of water, get us planned for our lesson. I'll be right back, guys, right around 11 o'clock as we kick off our afternoon lesson team. All right, guys? All right, team. All right, let's go ahead and dive into our afternoon lesson. Right about 11 o'clock. About 5 minutes, we'll dive into it. So if you guys have any recommendations whatsoever, now's the time to go ahead and let me know before we dive into our lesson, guys. So right now, before we do that, we have CEI flagging here, possibly. CEI with a little bit of a flag formation. Run a trend line off the highs. We can see that it's leg up, consolidating. It's holding above that hiccup area, right around that 350. So if CEI can hold above 350, we may see the break of the downtrend for the next leg up to 372. If we crack below that 350 level, we have potential to fall back down towards around that prior high, right around $3.40 CEI. One other thing as well to note is you do have a decent little uptrend on CEI as well. And that uptrend falls right around that 340. If we were to start fading and falling down on CEI back into the 340s, that would also put you at this uptrend. So CEI, if we crack below 350 and continue to fall and fade back down towards around $3.40, not only is that putting you at the prior high, old resistance, new support, it's also putting you at this uptrend, and that's your third point of the uptrend. However, it is flagging right now, though, so it could definitely break out of this flag formation and run up towards around $3.72 there on CEI. You are getting tighter and tighter and tighter, and you are losing a lot of momentum here over on DATS. We're definitely losing momentum. It definitely looks like it's going to start rolling over here very soon, so be very careful on DATS. LCID just absolutely getting destroyed right now, guys. PALT, lots of upside potential. I mean, it's just grinding, but it's losing a lot of momentum as well. How do I know? Right? Can you guys see how it's losing momentum here on PALT? Right? Look at that big rip. Big rip. Consolidation. A little bit less of a rip, right? Still ripped. Consolidation. A lighter move. Consolidation. A lighter move. Eventually, you're going to probably start to see this turn back over. We're losing a lot of this momentum, right? You can see that. Every time it pops, it's less. Every time it pops and breaks out, it's less. So we're definitely losing a lot of this momentum. That's a sign that we'll probably start to see it roll on over and start to pull back into a level of support before it gets new market structure and before buyers move back in to push the stock even higher, right? It's just losing a little bit of momentum right now at this point in time. Would not be chasing PALT up off these highs. Would not be chasing PALT right now at these highs. Wouldn't be doing it. Definitely be waiting for the stock to just roll on over and start to pull back. We definitely have room to pull back towards around 819. But let's do this. Let's run a fib on the level. The move started here, and it's still ripping to the upside, right? Right now, these are a couple levels that we could definitely see PALT pull back to. Strong false breakout. Look at that. A very strong false breakout on CEI. So it got the break. It started moving. Quick new high a day. And then boom, getting slammed down. So again, 340 support. And you also have the uptrend right around 340 as well. If this level holds on up, you can definitely see the next leg higher. Back up into the 369s there on CEI. Okay? So today, what I would like to talk about with you guys, right? What I want to talk about is plans, trade plans, right? Getting prepared, right? Getting in the right mindset, managing your risk. Where do your stop losses go? Where are your targets? I mean, this is something that we've talked about many times over the last 4, 5, 6 months, right? This month alone, we've talked about it twice. Last month, we talked about it 3 to 4 times. And the reason I want to talk about this again is I do get a lot of emails. right? I get a lot of emails saying, Josh, I took this trade today and I got stopped out, and then moments later, it ripped to the upside, right? Or I'm losing money. I took this trade and I lost. I took this trade, I lost. I'm getting stopped out. Or, you know, just a lot of emails like in regards to just getting prematurely stopped out, losing too much money on a trade, looking like, you know, too much size on the trade, being over leveraged, your stop loss being too far away, your stop loss being too close. Another thing, you know, I was in the green, I was making money, and then out of nowhere it dumped, and I went from a winning trade to a losing trade, right? Not taking profits quick enough, not knowing where to take profits. And it can be challenging as a new trader to learn all of these formations, to learn all of these patterns, to learn all of these strategies. There's so many, right? Off the top of my head, I can name 10 to 15 different setups and strategies and patterns, right? And every single strategy, every pattern, every formation, guys, is going to have unique criteria. There's going to be a certain entry. There's going to be a certain stop loss. There's going to be a certain target, certain criteria that needs to be met. Every single setup is completely different. Wouldn't you guys agree? A bull flag is completely different than an ascending triangle breakout. And an ascending triangle breakout is completely different than a cup and handle. And a cup and handle is completely different than an inverse head and shoulders, right? They're all different. The criteria is different. The formation is different. The entry is different. The stop loss is in its own unique place. The targets are all different as well. So we cannot come into this with the mindset of, I'm going to risk 10 to 20 cents on this trade, right? I'm in at 340. My stop loss is at 335 on CEI, right? You can't just come into it saying, I'm just going to pick a random number and that's my stop loss, or a certain percentage and that's my stop loss, and then just look to make double or triple the profit. Make sure it's a 2-to-1, 3-to-1. Guys, do you find yourself, let me just ask, and again, not to beat anybody down, not to call you out, but to help you, right? And maybe this gets more individuals to step up and say, hey, I have that problem as well. Does anybody have a consistent problem where they are prematurely getting stopped out of trades, right? You're in, the trade starts moving in your favor, comes down, stops you out, and then immediately starts moving in your direction, right? Does anybody have that issue right now to where it's something that needs worked on? I love it. Sam stepping up saying, you know what? Feels like you're talking to me directly. This is good, right? Sam stepping up saying, yes, I do. I need some help here. And that's why we're going to talk about this stuff today, guys. Angel, okay. I even have this issue sometimes. Ed, right? I even have that issue. Every now and then, right? I get excited, right? I jump into a trade. It comes down. I stop out, right? And the reason that is, number one, I didn't really place my stop loss in the correct location. And I did not assess how many shares I should really buy, right? And then I look at it in hindsight. I'm like, damn, if I would have just put my stop loss here, that's where my stop loss should have went. And by taking on that extra risk, I should have just reduced my position sizing to where I could take on that risk, right? It's never a certain dollar amount stop, right? And I want you guys to really write this stuff down. I really, really, really want you getting a piece of paper and a pen or a pencil and just writing this down so you can go back and reflect upon this, right? Tomorrow, next week, next month, right? Number one, your stop loss is never a set dollar amount or a set percentage. Okay, I had this issue as a new trader. I'm only going to risk 25 cents on a trade. 25 cents, 25 cents, I'm looking for 50 cents. I'm going to risk 25 to make 50. Risk 25 to make 50. Risk 25 to make 50. Well, guess what? Sometimes my stop should have been 35 cents. Sometimes my stop should have been 50 cents. Shit. Sometimes my stop should only be 10 cents where I can take more size, right? Then I tried the whole percentage. I was a percentage trader. Percentages don't work. Percentages don't work. I'm going to risk 3% and make 6 or 9. I'm going to risk 3% and make 6 or 9. I would prematurely get stopped out, right? Stopped out all the time. And then watch the trade run to my targets. Or the trade never met one of my targets, right? Because I was like, I'm going to lock it in at 9%. I'm going to lock it in at 9%. Well, you know what? If I would just look at the charts, I would see that my target needed to be down here, which maybe had been 7%. So I was not taking profits and turning winning trades into losing trades, okay? This is something you guys really have to focus on and really write down. This right here alone, this topic, this lesson of the day, right, is going to completely change your mindset and your success in the market. I promise it will. It's going to go from, I have an issue and I get stopped out a lot, right? I feel myself getting prematurely stopped out, right? I find myself prematurely getting stopped out, and then I watch the trade run. Or, you know, I lost too much money, right? I lost $500, but I only wanted to lose, say, $200, right? You're going to go from having these issues. It's going to completely do a 180 with you guys. You're going to completely, it's going to change your mindset. It's going to change your approach. It's going to change how you go about trading in the market. And you're going to see yourself go from prematurely getting stopped out, right, or taking big losses, to not prematurely getting stopped out and being able to manage your risk appropriately and understand what your risk is. Dude, why is PALT up at $11 right now? Why is PALT up 100% now? We were buying this at what, $7? It's up at $10.62 right now. That's absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. So this is a unprepared lesson, right? But this is something that we really, really, really need to talk about, guys. If you feel like you're prematurely getting stopped out, all right, or you feel like your losses are too big, it all goes back down to trade preparation, right? Being prepared, right? Making sure you are prepared, okay? So let's go ahead and just dive into this very simply, and we're going to use some real-time examples, guys, all right? We're going to use some real-time examples. So let's go ahead and remove some of this out real quick. All right, and we're just going to use CEI as an example because we saw the bull flag, right? And we were saying, hey, this could definitely break out of this flag formation, ended up getting to that 372, okay? So let's use CEI as an example, but I'm actually going to open up a new drawing set. And this is going to be interactive. I'm going to ask you guys questions, and I want to get a response from you, okay? So this is going to be an interactive topic, an interactive lesson, and we're going to take as much time as we need to go through this step by step by step, and I want this to start clicking for you guys, and it's going to be like, oh, wow, man, that makes a lot of sense. And then you can start applying this tomorrow and seeing better results in the market, okay? So let's go ahead and use CEI as an example. So let's go ahead and create a new drawing set. Boom. So let's say we see CEI. CEI, actually, we'll use two examples, right? Example number one, we have CEI. Moving up, moving up, moving up. Now it's in a little bit of this downtrend, right? We can see that CEI is in a little bit of this downtrend. Candle by candle by candle. All right, perfect. We got CEI. Nice little downtrend here, right? Nice little downtrend on CEI. If I can get this to work. Bear with me, guys. My TD is just very slow and very jumpy right now. So let's say we have CEI on watch, right? CEI on watch, we notice there's a downtrend, okay? So we're looking at CEI, right? We're analyzing CEI. That all starts with, you know, analyzing the stock, right? We have to analyze it. Okay, CEI, you know, it ran up from around $3. Nice little trend up, 330, pulled back to 312, hit a high of 338, pulled back. You know, nice little slow and steady uptrend. Nice, solid, slow, steady uptrend. Now we see the stock is in this downtrend. So what are we doing at that point in time, right? Yes, we're analyzing CEI, right? That's what we're really doing. We're analyzing everything that we see so far on CEI. And what do we see, right? We see the stock is in a decent little intraday uptrend, right? We see it just kind of topped out. Now that we see it's in a little bit of a downtrend. So what's the first thing we start thinking, right? I said this is going to be interactive, guys, right? So as we're analyzing CEI at this point in time. Let's say it's 10-10 in the market. This is where CEI really is at this point in time, and we're analyzing it. What are we thinking ahead of? What are we thinking? Sellers, not sellers, right? We're analyzing it, right? So we see that it was in a nice little uptrend, and now we're starting to see it reverse from uptrend to downtrend, right? We're analyzing the stock, right? Analyzing is support resistance, throwing up fibs, right? So throwing up a Fibonacci level, right? Throwing up levels of, say, support and resistance, right? We're analyzing. We're marking up all of our levels. Downtrends, uptrends, where the VWAP's at, where the Fibonacci retracement levels are, prior support resistance. But as we're doing this, what are we kind of thinking of? What are we thinking ahead? Right? Not sellers, not our entry point, not a stop loss yet, right? But what are we thinking? What kind of pattern could be setting up, right? What kind of formation could we see? Because remember, before we know the entries, before we know the profit targets, before we know the stop losses, we have to know what kind of strategy it is, right, guys? A bull flag is different than an ascending triangle. And an ascending triangle is different than a downtrend break. They all have unique placements for stop losses. They all have unique placements for targets. They all have unique entry points based on unique criteria. Everything is different. So as we're analyzing, okay, again, this goes back to the 3 A's that we talk about a lot, right? The 3 A's. Analyze, right? Assess and accept. Analyze, assess, and accept. The 3 A's. We're analyzing right now. That's all we're doing. We're analyzing. We have yet to get to the assessment. When we start assessing, that's when we start thinking entries, exits, targets, right? So right now, we're on the first day, which is analyze. We're analyzing, right? It's a nice little uptrend out of the gate. Nice little uptrend. Nice volume, right? RSI. You're just taking all this in. You're analyzing the chart. All right, VWAP's at 320. Drew my fib. We have some support and resistance here. We're analyzing, right? And a part of that analyzation process, as we're analyzing, what we're thinking ahead of is, what kind of formation could this be? What kind of pattern? What kind of strategy could we see coming up, right? Because based on that strategy, based on that pattern, is how we're going to determine entries, stop losses, and targets. Does that all make sense, guys? I'm going to take pauses throughout this lesson, make sure that we're all up to speed, make sure it's making sense, and answer any questions that we have, because I don't want to get too far along and have to go all the way back to the beginning. So, does this make sense, right? I'm walking you through my mindset right now. Everything that goes through my head, I'm walking you guys through this step by step by step, right? This is exactly what I'd be doing. I'd be analyzing CEI, right? I'd be getting an idea of the overall trend. I'd be looking at the volume, right? Looking at RSI, reading that level 2, looking at the time in sales, trying to get an idea of who's really in control, buyers or sellers. How's the price action? Is there a lot of false breakouts? Does it break resistance and hold resistance and squeeze? You know, where our fit, I'm analyzing, all right? I'm getting a good feel. And then what I'm doing is like, what kind of pattern could this be, right? Every minute, it changes. Every minute, it changes, right? Because we don't know. Every minute's something new, right? Yes, it is. It is recorded. Yes, I am recording. Every minute's something new, right? At this point in time, we could be saying, hey, this might be a downtrend break, right? This could be a really nice downtrend break, and we're thinking that. But the very next minute, guys, this next candle could come crashing down, and it's no longer a downtrend break setup. So every minute, something new presents itself. And it's always changing how we're thinking in the market, right? We see a bull flag, then it cracks out of the flag and starts forming a downtrend, right? For a possible downtrend break. And then we start to see, maybe it's not a downtrend break, maybe it's a descending triangle. Maybe I should be thinking about puts or going short versus going long. So every minute, right, is going to be something brand new in the market, right? Every minute's going to be something different. And we have to take each and every minute as each and every minute, right? Because one candle can completely throw your technicals off and completely put you in a different type of setup. A different strategy could be forming at that point in time. What I say, be a chameleon, right? We have to be chameleons. What do chameleons do, guys? They adapt to their environment. They adapt. They're flexible, right? They adapt to their environment. You have to be a chameleon. You have to adapt to your environment, right? And every minute is a brand new environment that you have to adapt to, right? Does that make sense? Every single minute, every new candle, every candle is a new environment that you have to adapt to because it's always changing, right? You could see this stock just completely dump to the downside. Well, you have to be a chameleon, right? And adapt to that and still remain sane, basically, right? And not get emotional and crazy. So again, you take every single minute as a new opportunity to adapt. What are we seeing, right? What kind of formation could this be? So at this point in time, what would be running through my head is I'm like, okay, well, we had prior resistance here intraday at 319. I run a fib from low to high. That's also a 50% fib. And there's the VWAP right there at 320. So right there, I'm like, there's like 3 separate reasons 320 is a good level, right? So I got that 50% fib at 320. I have that first spiking high that when we first opened up, right? When we first opened up, we went right up to 320 and then fell. So, all right, so that's a level of resistance. We broke above that level of resistance, right? Now it could be support, right? So separate reason number 2. Separate reason number 3, we have the VWAP. Did I already say VWAP? Maybe I said VWAP, but you have VWAP. You have prior resistance, new support. You have the 50% fib level. So right now we're analyzing. We're still on A. We're analyzing, right? Levels of support, resistance, trend lines, downtrends, where the RSI is, right? We're analyzing everything. We're trying to identify multiple separate reasons that we should get involved in a trade, right? We want to have as many separate reasons as possible. That's how we have high probabilities of the trade working with us versus working against us, okay? And then I start thinking, what could we see? What kind of pattern or setup or strategy could we be forming on CEI, right? What kind? I'm like, okay, so uptrend, right? Downtrend into a level of support, maybe a downtrend break, right? Because I know downtrend break setups are stocks that are moving higher. They start pulling back into key levels of support. They break the downtrend and they move higher, right? I know that. I know that setup. I know that strategy. I know that pattern, right? I know that when a stock is in a nice uptrend, right? Little by little by little, right? Because I've seen it so many times and we talk about this a lot. I know that when a stock, if I can grab this damn tool, right here. Yep. So I know when a stock is in a nice uptrend, right? And it starts downtrending like this into a level of support. I know that when we see this stock bottom off support and break the downtrend, that 80% of the time, this stock will grind back up and retest that prior high. I know that when we go from an uptrend to a downtrend and we have some kind of structure set in, right, and we break that downtrend, I know that 80% of the time, that stock has potential to run back up and retest that prior high. I know that, right? That's a strategy that we teach. That's a strategy that we've prepared you guys with, right? The downtrend break setup. So I'm thinking, what kind of strategy, what kind of setup could this be right now, right? And I'm thinking maybe a downtrend break setup. So what do I need to see, right? Now you start thinking the criteria, right? Okay, double bottom, right? Higher low, key level of support, volume break of the downtrend, right? I'm thinking of all the criteria that needs to be met, right? I'm thinking of what kind of strategy, what kind of pattern this can be, and what kind of criteria needs to be met for me to get involved, okay? Now we move on to A number 2. Now that I know what kind of pattern I could be seeing here, right? Little by little, what kind of pattern this could be, right? Looks like a downtrend break forming. We just came down and bounced off 320. Came down and put in a higher low, right? Nice little double bottom, higher low. Market structure above VWAP, market structure above the 50% fib, and market structure above old resistance, new support. I have 3 separate reasons. That's a damn good area. and I'm seeing market structure form at that area, and I already know this could be a great downtrend break approach, right? Everything's lining up beautifully. I just know that I need to see volume move through the downtrend to make an entry, right? So you're already starting to, you've analyzed, right? Now you're starting to assess, right? You're assessing where you want to go long. You're assessing where your stop loss has to be. You're assessing where your target is, right? You're assessing all of these things before you even think about pulling the trigger and jumping in. So right here, you're like, all right, so we got this really nice downtrend, all right? Let me go ahead and readjust that downtrend a little bit. We got a nice downtrend. I'm going to run it off the bodies here, all right? So I'm going to run it off these bodies. I'm going to extend that out to the right. And I know that if I see CEI breaking this downtrend with some volume, I know I can get involved. So I know that I can probably be a buyer right around 330. Somewhere right around 330 is probably where I would get in, right? So this purple line, that purple line, that's my entry. Like, all right, so at least I know that that purple line is probably where I'm going to get in, right? If this is a downtrend break and we see that volume move in through the downtrend, right, I'd probably get filled right around 330. All right, where's my target? My target is a retest of that prior high. That's my first target, right? That's my first target. At least I know that I have room up towards around 343, right? 340, 343. So that green line, that's my target. All right. Where's my stop loss? Well, I know my stop loss has to be under the prior low, right? So we have low, 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 low. Here's your higher low. So there's the low. I know my stop loss has to be underneath the prior low for this strategy, right? For this approach. Has to be under that prior low. I'm going to take it 2 ticks below, 2 cents below. I'm going to put my stop loss right there at 318. Right? That red line there is my stop loss. Okay? You see how this pattern, right? You see how this pattern has a unique placement for the stop loss and has a unique placement for the target and a unique area on where you're getting involved and unique criteria that needs to be met. You guys see how this is all starting to make sense? Entry, targets, stop losses. All of those levels have to be visualized by you. All of those levels have to be set in stone by you, right? You cannot execute the trade without knowing where your stop loss is and where your target is before being in that trade. Wouldn't you guys agree? If you guys are kind of thrown off, not making sense, or let's say you do disagree, now's a great time to go ahead and take a quick little pause and see if you guys have any questions, comments, concerns. If you agree, disagree, just checking in with you guys to make sure that we're all still following along and that this is kind of making sense and that you're picking up on this and it's starting to click. All right? Before we move on. Kids King saying it's a 1-to-1 risk reward. Angel saying you're good. In this scenario, right? It's a 1-to-1. You're 100% right. In this scenario, it is a 1-to-1. I like that Kids King said that, right? We haven't even gotten to that. Once you identify your entry, your stop, and your target, you have to ask yourself, is this at least a 2-to-1 setup, right? He beat me to it. Good stuff, right? Learning from previous lessons and applying that. 100%. It is not a 2-to-1 setup. It is a 1-to-1, right? So right there at that point in time, you have to ask yourself, do I have a 70 to 80% win rate to where I can take 1-to-1s and still make money? Or am I right around 50% win rate? If I have a 50% win rate, I can't trade 1-to-1s because I'm going to break even, right? I have to only trade 2-to-1s. But if you have a 70 to 80% win rate, you can get away with trading 1-to-1s and you would still make money in the market, right? You would still make money in the market. So again, Kids King, awesome stuff. Super proud of you. Yes, that's the next thing is this a 2-to-1 setup? Is it a 3-to-1? Is it a 1-to-1? You have to identify what that is. But let's say, hypothetically, for this scenario, let's say hypothetically, you have an 80% win rate and you trade 1-to-1s, right? And you do fine. Let's say you're consistent, you're profitable, and you trade 1-to-1s, 2-to-1s, 3-to-1s, doesn't matter, right? Because you're consistent, 80, 85%, hypothetically speaking. So, yep, I like the setup. I know my entry, I know my targets. I know my stop loss. Okay? This is the reason why a lot of traders say, I get prematurely stopped out. This is the biggest reason right here, is because they're not doing this. They're not coming in saying, this is my entry, give or take. This is my target, give or take. And this is my stop loss, right? The reason why traders are prematurely stopped out is because they'll jump in with 5,000 shares and they'll be like, I'm only going to risk 5 cents. I'll risk 5 cents. I'm going to jump in at 330. Comes back down to 325. I'm getting out, right? I'm getting out because I got 5,000 freaking shares. I can't risk 10 cents. I can't risk 10 cents on 5,000 shares because I'm going to lose 500 bucks. I only want to lose 250. So I'm going to go with a 5-cent stop loss. That's wrong. That's so wrong, right? Your stop loss has to go at 318. For this setup, for this approach, your stop loss has to go at 318. So if you're like, but I can't take 5,000 shares, because if I take 5,000 shares at 330 and it comes down to 318, I'm going to lose $1,200, $1,100. I can't do that. I have to risk 325, Josh. Somebody give me the answer. So what do you do in that scenario? What do you do in that scenario? Right? So what's your next step? You can't risk 5 cents. You have to risk 12. So what do? You lower your position size. Exactly. Right? Some traders don't do that. Some people say, fuck it, I'm still taking 5,000 shares and I'm going to risk my 5 cents. And then they're upset when they prematurely get stopped out. They're like, fuck, damn it, I'm out. And then they watch the trade run in their favor and they're like, mother, and then they chase it and then it pulls back. They get stopped out again just to watch it run, just to chase it. And it's a never-ending process of getting slapped in the face by a stock. The market is beating you up, right? I was there. This is from experience, guys, right? Even when I knew, 2 years into it, I knew setups. I knew how to build plans. I was arrogant. Honestly, I was stupid. I mean, I was stupid. I would do just this and say, but I want 5,000 shares because I can make $1,000. So I don't want to reduce my size to 500. I don't want to reduce my size because I want that profit. I want that money. Because if I go 2,500 shares, I'm only making 250 instead of 5. So fuck it. I'm still taking 5,000 shares. I don't care. I'm taking 5,000 shares at 330. You know what? I'm taking the 5,000 shares, right? Because I'm so confident. The stock is going to go in my favor. I know it's going to go, right? I know it's going to hit those highs. I know it. So I'm taking 5,000 shares. I get in. 335 in the comes down. All right, I get stopped out. Fuck, this sucks. And then it rips. But if I would just say, you know what? Be a smart, consistent, disciplined trader and say, you know what? I need to reduce my size, right? My stop loss can't be at 325, Josh. Come on. It can't be at 325. You'll probably get prematurely stopped out, dude. Do you really want to get prematurely stopped out? No. All right, where does your stop loss have to go? It has to go at 318. All right. So, I got to reduce my size. I can't take 5,000 shares because my stop loss will be 1,100. I only want to risk, maybe, I don't know, 250 bucks, right? So I can't get 5,000 shares because I'll risk, I kept saying 1,100. I can't take 5,000 shares because I'll risk, sorry, I lost my train of thought. 500 bucks, right? I only want to lose $250 on the trade. All right, so I have to go with 2,500 shares. That's the smart thing to do. That's the professional thing to do, Josh, right? Taking 2,500 shares. If I get stopped out at 318, I'm not exceeding that $250, $300 loss, and that's where I want to be. That's what I'm comfortable with. I'm not comfortable with risking 5 to 6. I'm comfortable with risking maybe 2 to 250, right? So be a disciplined, smart trader, man, and just reduce your size, right? Just so you don't prematurely get stopped out. So now you reduce your size, right? Good job, guys. You reduce that size, right? And you take that amount, and that's what you trade on, right? And if you get stopped out, at least you know what your stop's going to be. So that's the second A, right? That's the second A. The first one is analyze, right? We've analyzed everything, support, resistance. We start to get an idea of what kind of pattern it can be. Based on that pattern, based on that setup, we know where entries would be. We know where stop losses would be. We know where targets would be based on these setups, right? We know all of those levels. And now we have to ask ourselves, how much money are we okay with losing on the trade, right? How much money are we losing? How much money are we okay with losing, right? And we just went through that. right? I'm okay with losing 250 bucks. But initially I wanted 5,000 shares. If I wasn't prepared, if I was not prepared, if I didn't do any of this, right? I would have taken 5,000 shares. And I would have been prematurely stopped out. But the fact that I'm prepared, the fact that I'm doing my due diligence, the fact that I'm being a smart professional trader, right? And I'm preparing myself. I know that I can't take 5,000 shares. Because I know if I take 5,000 shares, I'm going to get prematurely stopped out. If I take 5,000 shares and I let it breathe another 5 cents, I'm losing even more money and exceeding my loss. And now guess what? Now I'm blacked out. Now I'm pissed off. Now I'm revenge trading and I'm blowing up accounts. Okay? So I'm prepared. I know that I can't take 5,000 shares. I know that I can only take 2,500 shares. Right? Perfect. So now I'm assessed. I've analyzed. I've assessed. Right? I know my entry. I know my stop loss. I know my target. I know how many shares I can get on this trade to not exceed that certain dollar amount. And that certain dollar amount being 2 to 250, right? Hypothetically, guys. The numbers are probably a little off, but it's the concept. What's the third A? For those of you, not even for those of you that have been here, someone that's maybe newer, what do you think the third A is? Right? Don't give them the answer, guys. What do you think the third answer is? Or the third A is, right? You have analyze, you have assess, and before you pull the trigger, what do you have to do? What do you have to do before you pull that trigger, guys? And this is the biggest piece. This is the biggest piece. What do you have to do before you click buy? Frank nailed it. Frank's been listening, guys. I want to see if anybody in chat's got the right answer too. Ed, absolutely. You have to accept it, right? That's what Mark Douglas would say, right? Do you guys know who Mark Douglas is? You should. I was streaming him in chat a couple weeks ago. Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas, trading psychology, emotion control, position sizing. It all comes down to accepting your risk. And the one thing traders cannot do, they have a hard time, is accepting the fact that they could lose, right? We will lose as traders, right? That's inevitable. We are going to lose. We're going to lose, right? No one's right 100% of the time. It's hard to be right 90% of the time. Really good traders are right 80%, 70%, right? You can have a great win rate, but nothing's ever 100%. You will lose. So for you to stay in the right mindset, right, and control that mindset and control those emotions, you have to accept the loss. Accept it. Am I really okay, Josh? Am I really okay with a $250 loss? If the answer is yes, I'm okay with that. That's fine. I'll risk $250, guys. You're going to be like me. A lot of you guys are like, I don't know how you're so calm, cool, and collective in this trade, dude. I'd be freaking out. The reason I'm so calm, cool, collective is because I know what the outcome is going to be. I know what my profit target could be. I know what my stop loss could be. And I've accepted it. So at the end of the day, I know when I click sell, right? And I get out of that position. I know what the gain should be. I know what the stop loss approximately should be. That's how I'm so calm, cool, collective with my trades, because I'm prepared and I've accepted that loss. Nothing is unforeseen, right? Now, there's those unforeseen variables in the market, right? And we talk about that tomorrow. SESN halted at $6, gapping down at 70, right? Those are unforeseen variables in the market. And you have to prepare yourself accordingly and position yourself accordingly to not blow up accounts if you're ever stuck inside of one of those unforeseen variables. But for the most part, there's nothing unforeseen. Most of the time it's going to happen. If you get stopped out, you get stopped out. You hit target, you hit target. You know exactly what those dollar amounts probably are. That's how I remain calm, cool, collective, non-emotional, no hesitation to buy. Just click the buy button because I already know what I'm getting myself into and I know what to expect, right? That's how you get in that professional mindset and trading like a professional with no emotions, with no, your heart's not beating, right? How many of you guys, when you're in a trade, your heart beats, right? And you're jumping on your feet a little bit, right? Your feet are bouncing, your heart's beating, and you got this adrenaline, right? You have this freaking adrenaline, and you're just like, ooh, man, all right. Like, how many of you guys are like that? Jared, you? Feet tapping all day, right? You're just like, all right, guys, we're good. Okay, come on. All right, I'm in. Oh, all right, okay. And you're looking at the P&L. Fuck, I'm down $50. Oh shit. Okay, down 60, okay. Right. And again, I walk through this, guys, right? I was like this when I was a new trader. Angel says, stop watching me. This is how I was as a new trader, guys. I was just like this. And don't get me wrong, I'm still human. I still deal with emotions, right? I'm human. I make mistakes. How many times have you guys seen me make a mistake in the market? I can name a lot of times. But what do I do when I make a mistake? I learn from it. It's a slap in the face. It's a reality check. And I come back the next day and make it a point to not make that same mistake again. And I get back on the straight and narrow. So again, if you're prepared and you've accepted that loss, yes, I'm okay with losing 250 because I have potential to make 5. And I like this setup. Josh taught me this setup. I've traded this setup 100 times. I'm right 70% of the time on the setup. I like it. I know what to look for. I know how to trade it, right? I'm cool at losing 250 bucks, right? Because I have potential to make 5. Guess what? There's no more emotions, guys. No more emotions. When that stock comes down to your area, you're just going to click buy. Buy. And you're going to sit back and you're not going to look at your P&L. That's the cool thing, too. You already know what the P&L is going to be, so you're not even looking at the P&L. You're looking at the chart. You're like, all right, fingers on the trigger, looking at the chart. You're just sitting here. All right, 325. Cool. Okay, so now we got to hold 320, 325. Not even looking at the P&L. You don't care. You're watching the chart, right? You're reading the chart. You're playing the chart. You're not playing your P&L box, right? And a lot of traders do that, too. I ran into that a few times, right? I did it a lot as a new trader. To this day, I still have issues every now and then with trading my P&L, not trading the chart. But by being able to go through those steps, analyzing, assessing, right, and accepting your loss, right, it's going to remove the fear of trading. You're gonna trade fearless, right? You're gonna be fearless. You're not going to hesitate when it comes down to taking the trade or getting out of the trade or taking profit. You're not gonna hesitate. You're gonna do it, right? You're gonna be so calm, cool, collective, and people are gonna look at you like, how do you do that? How do you trade and not like have that chest beating or you're like jumping out of your chair and you got all these, right, this adrenaline? How? Because I'm prepared. What do you mean? I'm prepared. I know what to expect, right? And I'm just trading the chart. So again, you're going to be able to remove that hesitation, remove the fear, right? You're going to be able to trade emotionless. There's going to be no emotions. You're going to be so calm, cool, collective. People are going to look at you like you're crazy, right? People are going to look at you like you're crazy. Like, how does this man do this? And people look at me as like, how do you stay so calm in your trades? It's preparation, guys. That's 100%. It's preparation. And the reason why I get so many emails, and the reason why I hear so many traders say I'm prematurely getting stopped out of my trade is lack of preparation. At the end of the day, 100% it is simply lack of preparation. If you prepare yourself the right way, right? The smart way, the slow and steady way, whatever, right? If you just prepare yourself and you've gone through that checklist and you've gone through that process of analyzing, assessing everything, accepting that loss, you're not emotional anymore. You have no hesitation because you're prepared. And when you're prepared and you know what to expect, that human side of us doesn't come out, the emotions and all that shit, right? It's lack of preparation. So if you do struggle with this, guys, getting prematurely stopped out, it's most likely due to lack of preparation. And then the other thing would be not knowing how to prepare yourself with certain setups. So number one, it is lack of preparation. And number two, it could be, well, I don't know how to prepare myself on a bull flag. I don't know where stop losses go. I don't know where targets go, right? I don't know where entries are. And that's when you got to stand up and say, Josh, hey, I'm here. Hey, buddy. Dude, can you explain a bull flag to me? Can you explain a bull flag? Like, I know what a bull flag is, but like, how do you trade a bull flag? Where do stops go? You gotta speak up. You gotta take that initiative. Because I can't read minds. I love you guys to death, right? I can't read minds. And it's not every single day that I have someone ask me a question. But then I get these emails. Man, I don't know this. I'm like, hey, we're in chat live. You know that I will set my trading aside and I will focus on you first. You are my priority. But I don't know if you need that help or not, right? You got to say, hey, man, let's do bull flags. Let's talk about bull flags. Let's talk about an ascending triangle. Get me prepared. Because not only are you helping yourself, I guarantee you're helping other people in chat as well. They're going to be like, oh, I'm glad that Yared had said, hey, let's talk about bull flags because I needed to learn about bull flags too. Thanks, Yared. So it's win-win, right? So again, guys, it's lack of preparation, number one. And then the thing as well is not knowing how to prepare yourself on certain strategies, on certain setups, right? And that's what it comes down to. If you know the setups and you know how to prepare yourself on those setups and the criteria that needs met, your job is going to be easy. It's going to be fun. You're going to make consistent profits. You're going to be successful, right? So again, let's see how that would have worked out on CEI, right? CEI. La, 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 la. Wait until I get my money back. See, if you had your stop loss at 325, right? Let's say you weren't prepared and you're just stopping out at 5 cents. You just got stopped out. And then look, you watch it run. That's a perfect example of being prepared, having stops in the right place, and not being prepared. Just coming in and saying, I'm risking 5 cents. I'm just going to risk 10 cents or 1% or 2%. Does that really make sense, guys? Does that make sense on why we can't do certain percentages and why we can't do certain dollar amounts, that everything has to be tailored to the chart, to the stock? It has to be custom tailored to this stock, to this chart, on this exact day, at this exact time. It has to be custom tailored to what we're seeing right now in the present. Not a certain amount, not a certain dollar, not a certain percentage, right? That doesn't work. You can't do that. And if you do that, you're going to lose more than you win. You have to prepare yourself. You have to analyze real time right then and there and prepare yourself. And then you have to assess the size, right? Then you have to determine how many shares you could really buy to make sure you keep that consistency. Quick question. How do you feel about IPOs? Risky, volatile, right? First thing that comes to mind, IPO, right? Risky and volatile, right? There's no data. There's no data. We don't know support and resistance. It's emotions, right? There's people in buying it up because the IPO. There's people that got in the IPO early. They're not in a lockup period that are selling. It's all over the place. IPOs, very risky, very, very volatile, but they can be very rewarding if you nail an IPO right. But again, it's very volatile. I mean, very volatile. So again, look at that. That was a great example on you were prepared, you made a winning trade, you were never stopped out. Lack of preparation, you would have gotten stopped out and then watched the trade run. And then guess what you're probably doing, right? Guess what you're probably doing? Fuck me. It's run. Okay, I'm going in right here. I'm going in on the 9 EMA pullback. I just lost money. Oh, fuck. And it runs again. Oh, man, I'm missing it. Oh, let me buy here a new high a day. And now you're chasing it. Stock's beating you up left and right. Right? You're not trading the chart. You're trading with your emotions. That's what you're doing. Right? You get stopped out. You see the trade run. You don't think, was it lack of preparation, Josh? You're not thinking that. You're not thinking logical. You're pissed off. Let's be honest. You're mad. You're frustrated. You're aggravated. Right? Because you were in, you got stopped out, and then you watched it run. And now you're pissed off. Let's just call it what it is. You're mad. Right? So guess what you're doing now? You're not thinking logically. You're thinking emotionally. You're pissed off. That's an emotion. Anger is an emotion. I'm mad. All right. I'm going to get you back, CEI. Boom, I'm in. Ah, motherfucker, I'm out again. Stupid stock. Stock market sucks. This market's stupid. Oh, now it's running again? Fuck. Gosh, okay, I'm gonna buy it here. And then you're blowing up. This is what I did, guys. You're getting the dark side of Josh. My first 2 years, everything that's coming out of my mouth right now is exactly what happened. And it got to the point where I was so pissed off at the market. I'm like, it was bad, right? It was bad. I wouldn't get mad at the market. I wouldn't take ownership for myself. I would blame the market. The market's just stupid, right? That was a good setup. It should have worked out. Stupid fucking market. But at the end of the day, you don't need to know what's going to happen next to make money, right? You're not going to make money 100% of the time. No matter how bad you want to win on every trade, it's not going to happen. And you have to accept it. Like, I'm going to lose quite a bit probably, right? But as long as I have good risk management, as long as I trade the setups that work, and as long as I position myself accordingly and I don't lose too much money and blow up accounts, and as long as I, just manage that risk, right? I'm going to stay in the game. And at the end of the day, I know I'm going to be profitable. I may have a 2-3 week losing streak, but I know at the end of the month, I'm going to be green. At the end of the year, I'm going to be green. I've accepted that I'm going to lose, but I know that I'm doing something that works, right? Because I've done it and it works. I just got to get better at managing my risk, right? And cutting those losses and being prepared. And once I started accepting all of these things, right, accepting everything, like, I just trade. I come in and I do what works. I come in and I trade. And at the end of the day, I make money. And you guys too, making profits, right? You come in, you do what works. You're applying what you're learning here, right? And you're learning something new every single day, and you're still applying it, still applying it, still applying it. And you're learning more and more every single day. But the reason I wanted to talk about this today, guys, right, is because I have gotten a lot of emails and a lot of messages saying, Josh, like, I'm getting stopped out of trades. And then I see the stock rip. I'm getting stopped out and I see it rip and run and it moves and it would have been green, but I'm losing money. What's going on? Preparation. Right? So if you're writing this down and this is something you struggle with, you need to write down that it's just simply lack of preparation. Right? And make a rule. Right? Make a rule. Rules are good, guys. If you know that you're running into this issue and we've identified it's simply lack of preparation, get a sticky note and make a rule. Right? Prepare every trade. Prepare more often, whatever. Just prepare in big, bold letters. So that reminds you to prepare yourself before getting into a trade. So you know the right amount of size, you know where your stop loss should be so you're not prematurely stopped out. And I promise you guys, I promise you will see better success. And how can I make that promise? Because that's exactly what I do. I was a newer trader making really bad decisions and bad mistakes. And this is what I do now. And I make consistent profits in the market. So how can I promise that? It's because I've done it, I do it, right? And I've seen that success firsthand. So I promise you guys, if you just prepare yourself better the right way, you will see better success, more consistent success, and more money in your pockets, in your accounts at the end of the day, guys. And our lesson tomorrow, okay, is going to tap right into this. It's going to be preparation, right? We know why preparation is important. We know how to prepare ourselves. The 3 A's: analyze, assess, accept. Tomorrow, we're going to talk about strategies and patterns and how to prepare yourself on those setups, right? Preparation for a bull flag, preparation for a downtrend break, preparation for this, preparation for that. We're going to break every single thing down, and so you know how to prepare yourself next time you see a certain setup. You know exactly how to go about this. All right, so do we have any questions, comments, concerns? I know a lot of this was on, me tangents and me getting fired up, but again, this is very important, guys. Right? This is very important that we make sure that we talk about this more often than what we do. We talk about it once or twice a month, but I get an email every other day about this. Not just from individuals in chat, but from, just other people on social media, and it's just lack of preparation, guys. So if you liked the lesson, give me a thumbs up. If you didn't like it, give me a thumbs down. Honestly, you can rate the lesson, good or bad. If you don't like it, then I'll make sure I do it different next time. But again, this stuff is good, guys. And all this comes right from my heart. All this comes from experience, past experience, things that I struggled with, things that I had to do to be better. And the reason that I do this, the way I do it, is because that's what helped me, and I hope it helps you guys. Yeah, let's go. I'm glad you guys liked it. I'm glad you guys were able to take away from this, okay? Because this is very important. And this, a lot of communities and a lot of mentors really don't take the time to break this down very thoroughly, right? All you hear is, you gotta be a good risk manager. If you manage your risk, you're gonna be successful. Manage your risk and you're gonna make money. The reason why 95% of traders fail, because they don't manage their risk. I'll teach you how to manage your risk. You just got to push the stop button. You just got to sell. You got to put a stop in, manage your... But they don't teach you how to get prepared in the first place, where your stop should go, right? I mean, I've been in so many communities as a new trader, right? And it's just like, Josh, just manage your risk better. Manage it. Well, how the fuck do I manage my risk, dude? What? I'm just getting stopped out left and right. Well, you're just not managing your risk good enough. What? Okay, well, teach me how to manage it better. You just got to sell. You got to manage it better. I don't know what to tell you. Risk management's key. Risk management. I'm like, you know what? It's just stupid. It's crazy. No one really breaks this down thoroughly as far as how to really manage your risk. We know what risk management is. We know it's important, but there's a way to manage that risk. And every setup and every strategy is a way different than one another on how you properly manage that risk. So that's what we're going to do tomorrow. We're going to talk about setups. We're going to talk about patterns. We're going to talk about strategies, right? Where stop losses go, where targets are, where your entries are at, and the criteria as well. Check the profits tab when you get a chance. What? Hold. God. Are you shitting me? Are you shitting? That's what I'm talking about! Let's go! Woo! My goodness! That fires me up, dude. I'm sorry. I had to get fired up. I don't even care. I'm gonna have housekeeping knocking on the door like, you're too loud. That's what I'm fucking talking about. Yes! Yes, Angel! Guys, check this out. Check this out. Everybody on YouTube, Angel, 1,000. Oh, you can't even see. I'm just too fired up. Angel, $19,680. My man. Give him a big round of applause. That's amazing. This is what I'm talking about. Woo! You guys fire me up so bad. You guys, oh, I love doing what I do. You guys fire me up. I never get this fired up with my own profits. When's the last time I've gotten this fired up with my own profits? That is just absolutely amazing. $19,680. Angel. Yo, dude, congratulations. That's impressive. That is amazing. Way to crush it. Way to take everything in and just apply it, man, and seeing those results. That's what I'm talking about. Woo! Jeez. That is awesome. You guys are like, this Josh guy's crazy. He just got way too fired up. Way too fired up. You know what? When my team makes money, when the people in chat make profits, guys, I just get absolutely fired up. It's amazing. Good job. Good freaking work. Woo-hoo-hoo. Get out. Don't put it on me. He's saying after the one-on-one. Like, after the one-on-one, that's the only reason. No, this was you. You took the initiative. You show up. You put in the work. You're the reason why you're making fucking awesome profits, man. That's good stuff. Whew. That was on CEI. He's been trading CEI just for the past couple weeks, and he's just crushing it. You said to continue. Yeah, I did. I said continue doing what you did. That works, right? And just keep it consistent. Yeah, I did. I did. Well, good stuff. So, that right there, everybody, that's on YouTube, right? I mean, that's a perfect testament, right? Of like what we offer, right? It's not just the live stream. It's not just the commentary. It's not the scanners. It's not the lessons library. It could be the one-on-one session, right? The fact that he booked a one-on-one with me. It was private. We talked for about an hour. And it was just like, from what I identified based on talking to him, to begin me thinking outside the box, just don't change anything. Just do what you were doing a week ago, right? That's what last week was, that one-on-one. Last week. And he's just crushing it now. Absolutely crushing it. So, guys, you know, that's the awesome thing. That's why I think we're the best. I really do think we're the best. No one else offers private one-on-ones. No one else does everything that we do. And there's a reason why I do what we do, because it works. Because it helps. These are all things that I needed as a new trader. These are all things that I give you guys as new traders because I needed it. I never got it. No one offers it. But it's going to make you successful. I honestly believe that. If you come in and you take the initiative, all the value that we offer, you're going to be successful at the end of the day because it's everything that I needed as a new trader that I didn't get. And I've realized this over the years that if I had these things, I would have been successful in a year. Not 3-4 years, guys. Well, good job, Angel. Way to crush it. I'm sorry, guys. There have been some questions. Check out PALT. PALT. Now, Angel, what's your next step? Right? You're fired up. I know you're fired up because I'm fucking fired up. It's not even my profit. Right? What's your next step, my man? No, Angel. You tell me. I want to make sure that you're thinking correctly. You tell me, what's your next step? What's the next thing that you do? I am so amped for his win. Oh, dude, me too. I'm so fired up right now. Check PALT. Yeah, I mean, PALT is just rocking and freaking rolling, guys. I mean, I was in this mother trucker at like 680. This thing will not slow down. We ended up pulling back to that prior high. We had the higher low market structure, right? We can see all this in hindsight. We had the break of the downtrend off the higher low, absolutely ripped to the upside. It is trying to hold that big upper shadow. It's trying to hold that big upper shadow at 1164, but honestly, if it cracks 1164, it will fall all the way back down to 1060s, in the 1060s. If it cannot hold above 1160, if we crack 1160, get the F out because it will fall back down into that prior halt level right in the 1060s. Transfer it to the bank. Reset your account to your starting balance. Let's say you had 50 grand in your account. Now you have 70, right? You're going to take that 20 grand out right away. You got 50. Because the thing is, when we fund our accounts with, say, 50 grand, right, we don't want to lose anything. Like our initial investment, we don't want to go below the initial investment ever. I don't care if it's a $1,000 account. I don't care if it's a $1 million account, right? When you fund your account, that initial investment, your mindset is, I don't want to drop below that. I don't want to drop below that. But when you go from 50K to 70K, you think you have wiggle room. Like, all right, now I got 20 grand to breathe in. And guess what? You're going to start making bad decisions. Before you know it, you're back down to 50. Just to build it back up. So if you just go ahead and strip those profits out, put yourself back down to your initial investment, it's going to put you back in that mindset. I can't go below 50. I can't go below 50. I don't want to go below 50. I'm going to do everything in my power not to go below 50. Guess what? You're going to make good decisions. You're going to make good trades. And you're going to be in the best mindset. And again, this comes from experience, guys. It comes from experience. So again, that's what I recommend when you have good profits, when you have big trades, and you start kind of like getting a little confident, right? A little cocky. Again, that happens to me, guys. I tell you firsthand, I was a little cocky the other day, right? It happens. You just go ahead and take that out of your account, out of sight, out of mind, reset yourself to your initial, and you're going to be all set, ready to rock and roll, all right? MEKA. Yeah, I can check out MEKA real quick. It's an IPO. It's an IPO. It's risky, right? There's not a lot to go off of. I mean, it's just an IPO, guys. The IPO low was 1056, so 1056 is support. The IPO high was 1187, right? I mean, there's really not a lot to go off of. It's an IPO. It's risky. I mean, just not very strong support and resistance. Not valid support and resistance right now. It's only been trading for about less than 10 minutes. So, MEKA right now, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it's an IPO. There's no data. There's nothing to really analyze here. It's just it's just risky. If you buy right now, it could squeeze and rip, but it could crack all the way to $5. You just don't know really where traders want to take this. It's all emotions. It's all just erratic price movement. You really don't have an idea of where it could go. I mean, I don't know, guys. IPOs are just risky. That's it. IPOs are just scalp and risk, scalping, right? Scalp the crap out of it, all right? And it is risky though. Yeah, take half and put it in dividends. Yeah, absolutely. Take half and put it in dividends. Invest in dividend-related stocks. 3M, Coca-Cola. Ron, now does he have to pay taxes on the gain? Of course. Of course. And Ron, by the way, you're over in profits. Come back over to Stock Talk. But yeah, of course. You got to pay capital gains. Capital gains vary in every single state. So you may have to pay 10%. You could 15, 20%. Depends on how much you make. But yeah, you're going to pay taxes, right? And don't let taxes deter you guys, right? If you have a W-2 job or a 1099 job, guess what? You're paying taxes. You're always going to pay taxes no matter what you do, right? So don't let taxes deter you from making big-time profits, right? The more money you pay in taxes, the more money you make, right? You're going to pay taxes regardless of what you do in life. Now, if you're smart, there are tax advantages and there are loopholes. Place your money in certain places to protect it against taxes, right? We all know that. Take that money, reinvest it into I mean, I'm not a CPA. I'm not an advisor, right? You can take that money. You can place it elsewhere. Cash flow assets. Cash flow assets can't be taxed. I mean, there's so many things you can do to really kind of maneuver the whole tax situation. If you're paying taxes on stock trades, it means you're making money. Absolutely. Yeah, don't ever be discouraged if you're paying taxes. It means you're doing something right. All right? So guys, it's 12 o'clock. My voice hurts because I've been screaming and talking for the past 4 hours. And Angel just absolutely got me fired up. Good stuff. Good stuff. So with that being said, it's time to go to lunch. It's time to go to lunch. Let's go ahead and check out Profits Chat real quick. Let's do that before we head out, guys. We got some profits. Profits on profits on profits. We'll start with the first profit of the day. Boom. Angel. Looks like he was scalping a little bit of CEI. I don't know if that was the same trade, but this morning, 33.80. I locked in 215 on the small account. Angel coming back in. 9,900, 6,400, $1,680 on the day. MRI 50,000. CEI made 500 bucks. GREE made 80. Hey, 580, guys. 580. That's money. A lot of people saying that's not a lot, right? $580 is peasant money. All right, 580 is not a lot. Okay, 580. Let's say you make $580 a day times 20 trading days in a month. You're making $11,600 a month times 12 months in a year. You're making $139,000. Let's say you pay 20% in taxes times, let's say you pay 0.25 in tax, right? You're paying $34,800 in taxes, right? You're paying 35 grand in taxes, but you're making 140. So you're still making 100 grand a year. So $500 a day doesn't seem like a lot. At the end of the year after taxes, you're still making 6 figures, working 2-3 hours a day, having fun, loving what you do. You're your own boss. You can take your own vacations. You don't have anybody to tell you, count me in. Count me in. Got another 40 bucks CEI from Yared. That's what I'm talking about, guys. Profits on profits on profits. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, baby. So, it's time for lunch. I'm going to go grab a bite to eat. I'm going to go say hello to the wife. I'm going to disconnect a little bit. I suggest you guys do the same, especially if you're making profits. Definitely don't sit here over lunch and just give them back. Disconnections are good, right? Even if you're in the zone and you're feeling it, right? Disconnections are good. Taking a step back, resetting, disconnecting, right? Different environment, come back and re-attack, guys. We'll be back here right around 2:30 this afternoon as we kick off Power Hour commentary on this beautiful hump day. And you guys know how we're going to go ahead and end it. Someone go ahead and start me off. Someone go ahead and start me off. Give me that countdown. How we going to end it? 3, 2. I'm waiting. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. In 3, 2, 1. Woo! My goodness, guys. Y'all fire me up. You guys motivate me. You guys are just absolutely amazing. To everybody inside of chat, congratulations. If you're making money, awesome job, awesome work. If you're not trading, are you learning something? Right? Take that as a positive. Take that as a good thing, right? You're here. Even if you're not trading, making profits. As long as you're learning something, you've had a successful day. You've had a productive day, right? So again, congratulations to everybody. Thank you guys so much for showing up. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. If you're making profits, amazing job. If you're showing up and taking the initiative and you're learning something, right? Congratulations. Good job. It's been a successful day for everybody. All right? Enjoy your lunch. All right? And I'll see you guys back here in about 2 to 2.5 hours as we kick off our Power Hour commentary, guys. If you have any questions, please let me know. I'll see you guys back here a little later this afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What is going on? And welcome back. I hope you guys had an amazing lunch. I don't even think half of you took a lunch because I was in and out of the hotel room and I see you guys just chatting more than when I'm on the mic. Like, what's going on? It's crazy stuff, guys. So I hope you guys had a good lunch, especially if you were in the market making some profits. You definitely can't complain with that. And fill me in, guys. What's going on? Obviously, CEI just absolutely ripping and running and not slowing down. PALT still looking really nice here. And it's unfortunate, guys. It's unfortunate. I see a couple setups on CEI. I see a great setup right here on PALT. But I can't trade it. I can't trade it. I'm out of funds. So yeah, guys, I am done trading for the day because, yes, I have no funds at all. So with that being said, obviously, PALT. I know right before lunch, we were wanting to see that hold above 1164. If that cracked back down to the halt area, the beautiful thing about PALT is not only did it come down to the halt level, right there at 1061, also, the VWAP was there. Boom. Nice big bounce. What was that? That was about $1.40-ish bounce. No. About $1.40 bounce to the upside. Nice pullback. Getting some nice action. This is a pretty clean, easy stock to trade, guys. And I'm really upset that I can't trade this because there are so many amazing setups that I'd be taking. The pullback, the first 5-minute candle to make a new high, up $1. I mean, so many setups that I've seen in hindsight. I definitely want to be able to take advantage of them. But I will be sure to let you guys know, hey, this is a setup that I would take, right? I would scalp it 10, 20 seconds, 10, 20 cents, whatever the case is. I don't like calling out technicals because I'm a perfectionist and I hate to be wrong and give bad advice. I listen to everyone else's technicals. Hey, now you guys know how I feel, right? Now you guys know how I feel. You know, I don't ever call anything out. Never, ever. No, I'm kidding. USWS. Absolutely. USWS. Let's go ahead and clear that out. First thing I notice is we're going to have $1 support. Whole $1 support on USWS. Again, with penny stocks. The strongest level of resistance and the strongest level of support is always going to be that whole $1 mark. Now, the longer that a stock's underneath $1, when it breaks out, normally the bigger breaks, right? Go back and look at the past. Look at USWS. The stock fell underneath of $1 back in March of 2020. It broke a year later over $1, and look at that. It ran all the way up to $3.38 once it actually broke over $1. So that's one thing that I want you to take away from this today, guys. If you see a penny stock approaching and nearing that $1 mark, right? And it's been underneath of $1 for 6 months or more. If that stock breaks $1, 9 times out of 10, that stock goes absolutely bananas. And you can see that here with USWS. Again, fell under $1 early 2020, broke $1 early 2021 this year from $1 all the way to $3.30. That, my friends, is 300%. So, again, looking at the daily, it's been over $1 recently. So again, it's not that serious of $1 breakout, right? Because we've just been over $1 here recently back in June and July. But it's still breaking $1 and it's still breaking $1 on really good volume. So right off the bat, it has support back down at $1 or right around 98 cents. Why 98 cents? Well, you have the 200 SMA right there as well. So anywhere between 98 cents and $1 is going to be the best level of support. But this stock's pretty much already hit its targets, first targets of 120, those prior highs, prior spiking highs, right? So we've already hit that 119, 120. Anything over that 119, 120 level, your next target is going to be 160. However, you should definitely have a 150 target as well, just because it is a natural level of resistance. So, daily chart. You have room to 150, 160. You have support back down between 98 cents Any kind of setup here? Do we have a nice little uptrend? Do we have a nice little downtrend? Do we have a reversal forming? Like, what do we got? What do we have? So right here, I'm going to come off this low, run up a trend line. It's okay. It's not a super duper nice trend line, but it's a trend line. Yeah, I can draw trend lines wherever the hell I want. I can say that's a good trend line right there, guys. No, it's not the greatest trend line, so I wouldn't be using it. How about a downtrend off the highs? Connect that. You know, let's see if that's respected. You know, what I'm kind of seeing here is a possible pivot reversal, right? A little bit of a reversal. And here's what I'm kind of seeing, guys, intraday. All right, so I'm going to blow this bad boy up. Can I scroll in? Oh, I can zoom. Let's do it. So beautiful. All right, can I scroll the other way? Can I scroll? Can I go this way? There we go. Look at Josh coming in. Okay, so what I see is obviously that break over $1 right there. Nice big run up. Stock pulls back, runs up again, puts in this lower low, right? Pushes back up. It's trying to put in a little bit of this potential higher low, right? So that's kind of what I see. Is I see the low. I see this lower low. I see this higher low right here. We do have this downtrend that we can connect. So, I mean, it's sloppy. It's not perfect, but we're looking at the formation, the price action, the highs, the lows, right? Everything like that. We're looking at the criteria. Is the criteria being met for a type of setup? And it kind of is. We do have the left shoulder low. We could call that a head if we really wanted to, and we could possibly consider that a right shoulder, right? So we have low, lower low, higher low. You do have this downtrend. That could be the neckline. If we see this break that neckline, we could definitely see this back up towards around 120. Now, it doesn't seem like a lot, but you're talking 10 cents on $1 stock. You're talking about 9% right there on that play. Stops would be underneath whatever that low is. So maybe that's a 105 stop. So 5-cent stop. So, I mean, either way you look at it, you can have a nice tight stop underneath that low right there. If it does start to confirm and break out, and you do have room up to 120. If it breaks over 120, guys, you have room to 150 there on USWS. So that's what I'm kind of seeing there on USWS. Again, if it holds, you know, that higher low, which that previous low was 104, stops have to be 103. You start to see this break the downtrend. I mean, you could definitely scalp it for, you know, maybe 5 to 10 cents and lock in a couple bucks there. So that's what I'm seeing there on USWS. But realistically, if we do not see the volume move in, breaking that little downtrend off the higher low above VWAP, right? We do have room back down towards around 98 cents to $1. Woo! Yeah, not looking, just looking, not trading. Yeah, full of shit, aren't you? Angel's like, no, I'm not. Oh, man. Yeah, absolutely. I want to be as thorough as possible. Again, I'm not always on point, but right now, guys, I'm definitely on point. I'm excited. I'm fired up. And I want to see you guys making some more money for me, right? You guys fire me up. Make some big old profits, right? And then we'll just work out a little 10%, you know, deal. You know, it's all good. We'll figure it out. But yeah, and I'm probably going to be switching my account over to margin, guys. I know I said I really like the small account and the cash account and having fun. I'm looking at all this opportunity. I'm looking at PALT. Boom, there's a trade I would have taken. Boom, there's a trade I would have taken. Boom, there's another trade I would have taken. You know, looking at it in hindsight, I know trades I'd taken. I know trades that I wouldn't. Looking at trades maybe I would have taken that would have went against me. You know, maybe one small one right there. But again, 3 trades I definitely would have taken. Boom, big move, big move, big move. A small. It's just I'm looking at all these trades and I'm like, my goodness, I would even taken this one on CEI with all this momentum. With all this momentum, right? Those pullbacks. I love the pullbacks. Breaking up over the highs, pulling back, bouncing, grinding that 9 EMA, flag-like formation. Oh, I see so much opportunity and I can't attack. It sucks. It's okay though, guys. Okay. Hopefully you guys are making money though on CEI. That's what I'm talking about. Word on the Twitter train. The Twitter train is RCON Sympathy CEI. I don't even see RCON in the leaderboard area. What's up with this GROM? I see GROM is up ridiculously from $2 to $6.73. GROM. Grom Social Entertainment. Did they have news? They raised, that was on the 16th. At 1,300. Article dropped. Halted. Shares are trading higher on above average volume. That must be down below 20% there over on RCON. It's up about 8.9% on the day. Now, I'd be curious to see if this stock is like super shorted right now. I mean, look at that big nasty just dump. Just absolutely disgusting. Be curious to see if this stock, what the short percentage is. Let's see. Right now it's up 8%. Let's scroll down. Let's find RCON. Boom. It's 3.77. Nothing crazy there. 3.77%. So the biggest thing with CEI was just the circulation about the whole short squeeze, right? So if we start seeing some of that kind of hitting the fan, definitely you could see RCON take on off. Where's that list of the most shorted stocks? I pulled a list right through the exchanges. It was last week or the week before on the most shorted stocks. Let me figure out where that's at. Right here. Most shorted stocks. You got BGF, EWHS. Is RCON on there? No. These are all stocks that were over 25% float short. So you had like ROOT, ESPR, VIH, GOEV, NKLA, FUV, SDC, GOGO. That's why we saw GOGO ripping. I'll go ahead and post this up in chat, guys. I'll go ahead and post this one up in chat. So just if you're curious on the most shorted stocks right now, the most shorted stocks as of a couple, I think it was last week, pulled that new data through the exchange. Let me go ahead and get logged in real quick, and I'll drop that. So yeah, we'll definitely keep it on watch. Obviously, you're starting to see some social buzz around RCON. It's definitely worth seeing if it does start to get some hype, like CEI. I mean, I think it's a good idea to keep it on watch, RCON, especially if there's some buzz going on. Because again, CEI was the same thing. Just completely just fell off. Didn't do anything, and then boom, just started picking on back up. It gained a lot of momentum and a lot of traction, and just simply hasn't slowed down yet on CEI. So you go look at RCON, you can definitely start to see this gain some traction as well. So we'll keep that one on watch. But I do want to post up the list as far as the most shorted stocks right now. There's going to be your most shorted stocks as of 2 weeks ago. And when the exchange provides that new updated information, usually it's 2 weeks behind, but they do it every 2 weeks, and it's from the prior 2 weeks. That's what you got going on there. All right, cool. So I threw that up there for you guys. But right now, coming into the end of the day, obviously CEI is just not slowing down. This thing is just absolutely bananas. I mean, completely blasting past every single target. Every single target. 343, 378, 420, working its way up to $5 here. So I mean, this could continue to squeeze. I mean, $5 is in sight. We definitely have room to 644 over 5. You know, maybe up towards around 753, 875, $10. I mean, I didn't think it was going to make it this high at $1.50. I was like, you know, it's overextended, but again, right now, as long as it, you know, pushes and consolidates and breaks over the consolidation high, I mean, it still has so much potential, guys. Like right now, would I be chasing it for swings? I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it at $2, $3, $4. What makes you think I'm going to do it at $5? I can't. But if we see it just slow down for a little bit and just see some profit taking, right, on the daily. See it consolidate, not dump, just sit sideways and consolidate for a few days. If it breaks over those consolidation highs, that's when we could see the next layup and we could continue to see the momentum push this stock higher and higher and higher, right? But right now, the last thing I want to do is jump in all this momentum and see the first red day happen right around the corner and just completely get destroyed. I'd rather wait to see if we get some consolidation, right? Consolidation, breaking over those consolidation highs, rock and roll, let's go. Right when you broke over those consolidation highs, 1, 2, 3 days, it's up absolutely insane. I'm going to check the SPY out. How's the SPY looking? Small little green day. Small little green day. That 10% level? Is that the 10%? Yep, that was the 10% level. Yeah, they're definitely not giving up. You know, there's definitely so much momentum. So much momentum. It's insane. You know, RCON, CEI, definitely looking at that one. PALT, that was like a little bit of that bearish flag right there. Could be one big old head and shoulders. I would not be going long right now on PALT. Would not be going long right now on PALT. And here's why. You have a little bit of a head and shoulders formation. It looks like it's going to crack and dump. If there were puts, I'd be buying some puts. If I could short it, I would be shorting PALT. I would not be long right now. Look at that head and shoulders formation right there on PALT, guys. I would not be trying to jump into PALT. Boom. Big head, shoulder, neckline. Look at that. You definitely have some room to crack and fall there on PALT. Be smart. Be safe. PALT's looking like it could definitely turn on over here and start selling on off of this beautiful head and shoulders formation. Do you think that NCNA is done for the day? That stock has not been on my watch list. NCNA? NCNA? Yes, I think it's done. I think there's no life left in it. It's just been downtrending all day. You know, little bounces here and there. But yeah, I definitely think there's better opportunity. Right? Definitely some better opportunity out there in the market, guys. Even RCON looking a lot better than NCNA. So yes, I would say NCNA definitely looking done for the day. Yeah, absolutely. So I am still just sitting cash, guys. I do think SPY still has room to the downside, right? I still think the SPY has room to the downside. You know what a mid-candle breakout is, right? Everybody knows what a mid-candle breakout is. All right, so you have a big green day, right? You have a really big green day followed by a small red day. Then 80% of the time you see the stock continue higher. Well, you actually have the complete opposite, right? Just so you guys know, you actually have the complete opposite where you have a strong red day, right? Followed by a little bit of a green day. And then you see that momentum come back in and you see a continuation to the downside, right? So we have mid-candle breakouts to the upside. You definitely have mid-candle breakouts to the downside as well. So when you look at the SPY, you definitely have a big, strong red day, and you're starting to see that candle right there in the middle. I'm just curious. I still think the SPY has more room to the downside, but it just makes you curious if we're going to see this slightly gap up and then just start moving even lower below 430 here on the SPY, which is great. I want to see SPY at 410. I want to see SPY down at 385. Shoot, I want to see SPY correct 20% like it did 2 years ago, 3 years ago. The more the better. The more the better, right? I can take it. If I'm not mistaken, right, if you think about percentages, a stock goes from $1, right, to $2, it's gone up 100%, right? Stock goes from $1 to $2, it just went up 100%. The stock goes from $2 back down to $1, it dropped 50%, right? Stock goes from $1 to $2, it's 100% gain. It's 100% to the upside. The stock goes from $2 back down to $1, it's only decreased 50%. It's pretty crazy to think about it that way, isn't it? How percentages work sometimes. So I want to see the SPY as low as possible, so when it rebounds, you know, there's definitely some great upside potential, guys. So where would be the 20%? There at the 454 highs, 454, running on down 20%, put you right around. Ooh, I want to see that 20%. That would be sweet, because that 20% puts you at a very nice level. At a very, 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 very nice level there on the SPY. You know, if we get a 20% correction. We'll see. I think we're definitely going to see a correction over the next couple of months, personally. So that would be a... Go ahead and... take that, would bring you on down, or a 20%. Where would a 25? 25 would be crazy. 25 would be madness. Everybody would be freaking out. Freaking out. Right? Because what? Last year, it was what? 38%, if I'm not mistaken? 36%? Yeah, everybody's like, oh my gosh. Back up to the fours. There would be a 35% back into that previous side. That'd be about a 34% correction if we came all the way back down there. That's kind of what we saw back last year. Big old nasty correction. So we shall see where the SPY is going to be headed. Right now, we've got a little bit of a 5% pullback. Never know. Maybe it's just your typical September, right? Maybe it's your typical September, 5-6%. We see it rebound. But if we start to see it cracking these lows here, I'm getting ready for the 10, the 15, the 20, and definitely looking to dollar cost average in, guys. So get prepared. Right now, we have, that was a 5.5%. Right there at 431.09. 109. Right there. That was a 5%. What's that a picture of? From 113 all the way down. Is that on that USWS? Is that on that USWS? Oh no! Oh no! That was dirty. That was nasty. Ugh. Ugh. Disgusting. Please tell me you weren't in that, Angel. Please tell me you weren't in that. You were supposed to be done for the day. You were supposed to be done. You better have been done. You better not have been in that. Yeah, nasty rug pull. False breakout, too. I mean, volume is moving in right there. Trying to get above that trend line. Boom, back down, just completely flushed. Good job. That's what I'm talking about. Nope, I was just watching. Good. So what can we learn from this? What can we learn from this? I mean, let's really dissect this to see, you know, what if? You know, what can we learn? We had a great downtrend, right? Actually, let's draw that a little bit better. Right off the wick. Right off the wicks. So this is what we can learn from it. If we had that drawn up, we see that candle closed above the downtrend, right? Resistance, closed above resistance. We wanted to see that continue up. That candle right there would have concerned me, right? That candle right there coming right back down would have concerned me. And what I would have done is if I started to see that come, I would have just gotten out, right? Just, you see it dropping, boom, 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 get out, right? That candle would have been concerning, making me be more cautious about the trade. Seeing the stock break the downtrend, not see it open and squeeze and push, closing back below trend line, right? And then if I would have seen that price action, bringing it down, boom, getting out, right? Before it crashed all the way back down. So that's crazy. That's crazy. A little bit of a rug pull, a little bit of a false breakout back below $1. Not even holding that level up. So anyway, we still got, oh no! What's going on? CEI is now halted to the downside. Someone just dumped a bag. Man, people are dumping across the board, guys. You got RCON pulling back hard. You got CEI, big rug pull, halted to the downside. You got DATS, big rug pull, halted to the downside. You got PALT, cracking hard to the downside. Seems like every single stock that was doing good today, everything is absolutely getting hammered right now. Seems like everything's getting completely destroyed. What's GROM doing? GROM, cracking, falling. We looked at PALT, we looked at CEI, SDPI. Nothing really there, but it was pretty much across the board with a lot of these stocks that have been moving. I mean, CEI, rug pull, right? Getting halted. The downside. PALT, cracking hard to the downside. USWS. That one as well. Nasty big rug pull. So that's crazy that you see that against 3 to 4 different stocks. So I would be very, very safe and very cautious here in today, guys. I would be very cautious and safe. You see that on USWS. I mean, yes, we had a formation here on PALT that suggested we were going to see that crack, so that's normal. Just a coincidence that these stocks all dropped aggressively all at the same exact time, right? PALT, yes, that's the exception. It had that formation, but CEI for the rug pull, USWS, right, for the rug pull all at the same time. You got RCON struggling as well, starting to give a little bit of that back. DATS, same thing. DATS, big rug pull at the same exact time. Makes you think a little bit. What's going on out there, Mad As? What you doing, buddy? You're not even supposed to be here trading at 2:34 in the afternoon, Mad As. Go home. Go home. Leave us be. Let us make some money too, buddy. So right now, just be smart, be safe, and be a little on the cautious side here today, guys. Be a little cautious, right? I mean, I would, if it were me, seeing those nasty rug pulls. I mean, from 485 to 433, I'd be cautious. And right now, let's see how CEI is. CEI or bears going to just take over now? Are people going to continue to panic sell? Is it going to keep dropping and dumping, dropping and dumping? I don't know, but we will see. We shall see, guys. An absolutely beautiful head and shoulders formation there on PALT. Like I said, if that one was optionable. I was thinking about grabbing some puts there. That was just an absolutely beautiful setup. And this thing still has so much momentum and so much potential to keep dropping down to like 875, maybe fill that gap at 750. And there's definitely a lot of potential to the downside here on PALT. When does CEI go live? Okay, CEI is live, guys. CEI is live. Let's see which way traders are going to take this. And this right here is why I don't buy at highs, regardless of the momentum, regardless of how hot the stock is. This is why I don't buy at highs. And if I was leaving a runner on the table, if I had a runner on the table, that's why I'd be trailing the stop loss very, very, very tight, because you just never know what's going to happen. There were people buying at 475. There were people buying at 480, looking for that $5 break. It had so much momentum, and these traders right now were just absolutely kicking themselves in the ass on CEI. Those ones that were buying, really high, taking over $1 share loss for those of them that are selling. It's just, it's pretty crazy. So take this as a learning lesson, no matter how tempting it is, no matter how much momentum there is. Always just try and stay away from buying at highs, right? Always try and just stay away from buying at highs. Look for those pullbacks into support, then go long into the highs and sell into the highs. Keeps going, that's fine. Let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. It'll eventually pull back. It will eventually give you, some opportunity to take advantage. Exactly. It's tempting. It's a natural inclination for new traders. It keeps going up. Well, hey, if it's been going up this long, might as well jump in. Well, eventually it's going to turn south. It's going to turn over. And that's unfortunate, because that's exactly what happens to new traders. That's exactly what happened to me as a new trader. Well, the stock's already gone from $3 to $5. I guarantee it can go from 5 to 8. Let me just buy at the top. The second it does something like that, I'm out. Yeah, it's exactly. It's got to stay away from stuff like that. Wait for the stock to pull back, right? If the stock goes up $20 and it hasn't pulled back, don't buy it. If it goes up another 20, who cares? Who cares? Let it go. Watch it. Be happy for the people making money. But don't put yourself in a position to take a unnecessary loss, guys. So right now, we'll see how things play on out over the next 30 to 45 minutes. See if there's any other opportunity come into the day. I do have to run out of here slightly early to go get the kiddo from daycare and get a few things taken care of. But right now, the opportunity was here this afternoon. The opportunity was here this morning. We got some big-time profits here in Profits Chat. Some absolutely big-time profits in Profits Chat. You guys are absolutely firing me up with that kind of money. Woo! Exactly, that's it. Yeah, just wait until it pulls back into a strong level of support. Valid, right? How do you know what a strong level of support is? Right? You got to have multiple areas in which the price had touched that area. And if you get multiple indicators that line up right around the same price, that even validates it even more, right? You got the VWAP, you got a 50% fib, you have prior resistance, new support. And if you can identify multiple separate reasons, that's a great level of support. Yeah, wait for the stock to pull back to that level. Look to get in, right? Take it for the next big move, or jump in with big size and scalp it. Either way, depending on what your style of trading is, you can make good money by just being patient. You want to take small size and ride the wave back up? Go for it. You want to jump in with 5,000 shares and nail a 10, 20 cent bounce and lock in a quick $500 to $1,000 like me? That's what I'm going to do, right? I just want to get in and out, lock in that money, and move on. Exactly. Multiple separate reasons to take a trade. Multiple separate reasons, right? At least 2 to 3. 2 to 3, 2 to 3, 2 to 3. And that's what I try and do all the time. Now, again, certain strategies like the dip buy, no, it's one. It's one reason. But I've identified, with very, very volatile stocks, that dip buying strategy that I have. Oh, dude, that is just one reason. That is just scalping in and out. Only one reason to get involved. But again, it's something that I perfected. I know exactly what to look for, how volatile it needs to be into that level. I fine-tuned it to where I've strategized a 70 to 80% win ratio with a dip buying strategy. But that is not for a new trader whatsoever. That is only one reason to take a trade. And if it goes wrong and you don't cut it quick, you could completely lose your buttocks. So, but 90% of what we trade, 90% of the setups, oh, absolutely. Multiple separate reasons to get involved. CEI halted again to the downside. Ouch. Ugh, is this going to be the first red day, guys? I mean, it was a nice run while it was running. Absolutely insane. Over 1,000% from those 52-week lows. And right now, guys, getting hit hard here. Getting hit really hard here. So eventually, essentially what really took place there, a bag holder or multiple bag holders all, maybe talking, working together. Could have been just one person, but that got it going. Could have been a community, could have been one person, could have been multiple traders, institutions, whatever, but something got that going. One big, large market order got that going, and then it was just panic sellers. That's why it's still moving down like this. People are panicking. People are panicking. One big order caused the stock to drop 20, 30 cents in a second, freaking everybody out. Panic sell, panic sell, panic sell. Now, what you're seeing here, this is all emotional. This is all emotion, right? So imagine being one person. Maybe it was Ross Cameron, right? Ross is like, I'm going to dump the bag and let's see if we get people to panic, right? Panic, 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 panic. Bringing that price all the way back down. It'll probably bounce, guys. I definitely see CEI bouncing maybe around 343. I definitely think we could see a nice little bounce there, but don't look for like dollar move or anything. Look for maybe a quick little 20, 30 cents. But one person, one, whatever, institution, hedge fund, whatever it was. It was one order, big order, market order, got that to come down a little bit. And the rest of what you're seeing here is just all panic sellers for the ones that were buying high at the top. So right now, nothing with PALT, guys. PALT was the short for the head and shoulders, okay? Nothing going on right now. Guys, I wouldn't touch CEI if you're newer. It's risky. You need to have a broker that's very quick and efficient to get those orders in and out. I would probably be scalping this based on price action, maybe looking for some dip buys. But again, those are very risky strategies. That's a very risky approach, and it's a way for you to just completely burn yourself. So I don't suggest touching it right now as it's very nasty and volatile to the downside. I would just sit back on your hands and watch and learn from this, guys. Sit back on those hands, learn and watch. Look at DATS, dumping as well. USWS, still dumping as well. Every single stock that had been moving is getting absolutely destroyed at this point in time. Look at that. But that's okay. Let these stocks come back down to reality. There's no reason why a stock would go from 875 to 1815 in less than a week and not give anything back and not pull back. Eventually, it's going to happen. It's inevitable. Let it pull back. Let it settle. And then look for another good entry for that potential next leg to the upside. So what we're going to be doing with all of these really aggressive dumps, right? From $18, $17.50 down to $14. I'm keeping DATS on watch tomorrow for a bounce. PALT, I'm going to be keeping this one on watch tomorrow for a bounce. Definitely going to be keeping CEI on watch. RCON's giving a little bit back. USWS, I'm not even going to be watching that for tomorrow because it's back below $1. But, CEI, DATS, and PALT, I'm definitely going to be watching these tomorrow to see if we have them bounce back up a little bit. Look at that. DATS. at one point was up really nice, and then within minutes, it's given absolutely everything back. That's insane. So right now, guys, I wouldn't touch anything. I really wouldn't. PALT, you know, you might get a couple bounces here and there, but risky. Couple bounces here and there, but in my opinion, just a little risky. Go look at EM. I mean, no volume. GROM. That one's fading and falling. SDPI. Not a lot of volume, guys. Already made a move. NEON. Nothing really happening there. FAMI. Okay, FAMI was something we were watching this morning. Opened and went red. Now this one's trying to get some activity towards it. FAMI has the gap to fill, team. FAMI has the gap to fill over 30 cents. 0.3058, right? You have room to 36 cents. That's 20% on FAMI. So I would be watching FAMI come into the day, and depending on how we close, we could see this at 36 cents overnight. You could see maybe 15 to 20% out of FAMI, especially if we're closing over 30 cents, guys, okay? So definitely keep FAMI on watch. RGC. It's got a little weird squeeze. I mean, look at RGC, guys. RGC, look at that little weird squeeze. That 50 curling up underneath, the 20 over the top. A little bit of a weird squeeze there, but it definitely looks like it may want to try and pop. I'm going to watch RGC tomorrow. I'm definitely going to watch RGC for tomorrow as well. It's got a funky squeeze, but it definitely has that consolidation squeeze formation going on RGC. So we'll watch that tomorrow. ENG. This little mid candle starting to get some action. This one has room to 366. ENG has room to like 366. So, I mean, not a lot of upside potential, but it's something. And right now, you'd want to see it hold support at 316. So, I mean, hey, it's maybe 50 cents to the upside. ENG, I can dig it. ENG, I can dig it. Definitely getting some good volume here in today. Angel says, my kind of price. FAMI. Well, let's figure out where this bad boy can pull back. Where can this bad boy pull back? Well, I mean, you have those highs from yesterday's pre-markets. But I would honestly put you back into like the 25, 26 level. I mean, 29 could definitely hold, Tuesday's pre-market highs. But looking at 26 level, that looks just a little bit better. Let's go ahead and look at the daily chart as well. Yeah, that 26 level is better. So, if 29 holds and you start to see volume for the break of 30 cents, 31 cents, yeah, definitely has room to 36. But honestly, I'd really want to see it crack 29, come down to 26 level, and then look for that nice big break. So again, RCO to the N. Nothing really happening right now with RCON, but we are going to watch that in the coming days just to see if it ever gets any kind of hype. So let's put that RCON. CEI live, we're still halted. CEI is still halted. 10-minute halt. CEI was halted at 2:40:48. You should be live in 38 seconds, guys. 38 seconds on CEI. Let's see what it looks like. DATS is getting destroyed. And that's still fun. Okay, CEI will be live in 20 seconds. In 3, 2, 1. Oh, nice gap down. Big gap down. There was your bounce at 343. I did say we have good odds of bouncing at 343 at gap down. And just put in a nice 20-30 cent bounce at the 343. I would not be looking to catch it right there, though. Next bounce at 316. Assuming it doesn't get halted. The next bounce that you would see, I would say right around 318, guys. 318. A little bit of a bounce. Cut it under 315. There's 320. There's 318. Boom. 318. Big bounce. Big bounce at 318. Look at that. Fuck yeah. Woo! 20 cent bounce. 318. Look at that. I love the dip buys, guys. I love dip buys. This is my strategy before you met me. That's my strategy right there before you guys met me. Just like that. Nailing it to the penny, cutting my stops 5 cents away, looking for big aggressive bounces when the stock is extremely volatile. This is why I want to get back to my main account, because I would have scalped the crap out of that. Beth will vouch for me. Beth's like, yeah, that's a Josh thing. That's a Josh thing. But, yeah, I mean, look at that. To the penny, 318, big bounce. Woo, buddy. Man, 50 cent bounce. Jesus. That's actually impressive. That's not bad at all. Bounce plays, I usually take a few thousand shares, too. I would have never taken it for the full ride, but, you know, still, my goodness. That was a nice big bounce. Man, I wasn't recording this. Shit. Oh, it's definitely going to go back down. It's definitely going to go back down. I think so, too. Definitely. It's getting halted to the upside right now, though. But again, I just looking at it like the technicals. That's a dip buy, right? So that is when I say a dip buy opportunity, like dip buys, not for the faint of heart, not for new traders, very risky, but very rewarding. They're not one-to-one setups. They're not multiple separate reasons to take a trade. Everything we were talking about maybe 15, 20 minutes ago, that is the strategy. That is my approach. That is what made me 25, 30 grand last July, was that strategy alone. And that was the month I didn't trade half the month. That was the only strategy I traded, and I only traded half the month, and I believe I made like $24,000 that month, and I only traded maybe like 8 to 10 days. It was amazing. It was awesome. I loved it. So again, when we have a lot of volatility like this, that strategy is very rewarding, and I thrive in markets that are extremely volatile like this on dip buys. On the scalp dip trades, oh yeah, my favorite. My favorite. So I think I'm gonna switch over to I think I'm gonna switch my account back to margin, guys. I do think I'm gonna go ahead and just switch my account back over to margin. I might call them tonight and just tell them to go ahead and start the process to go back to margin account and start having some fun on these big accounts with you guys. Yeah, halted to the upside. Got halted at 1452.47. Probably another 10-minute halt. So you're probably looking at 302.47 if it's a 10-minute here. I completely forgot we were still live on YouTube. My bad, guys. My bad. I did not see all of those comments. Again, I'm not in my element. I'm out of a hotel right now. So usually I have the chat and I have the YouTube side by side on our free day, so I can actually see comments inside of chat, comments on YouTube, and right now I'm all jacked up. So, is it a good? Should we hold or get out? What in the world happened to GREE? GREE wasn't in play after 10 o'clock. After about 10 o'clock, the stock just was not in play. It didn't really do anything. I hope you're still not in GREE. I hope you're not still in GREE there. Right now, you know, there's no reason to still be holding that one. CEI, again, the only reason I would have gotten in was that 318 dip buy opportunity off the bounce. Other than that, you know, there's a couple setups along the way to break over the highs, the pullback, you know, nice big pushes here and there. But right now, as a newer trader, I would definitely be staying away from CEI in this volatility. It's very, very risky, and the last thing you want to do is just time the trade wrong, get caught up in the wrong side, and end up losing a lot of money. JR said, I would not touch CEI with a 10-foot pole. Oh, man, I would thrive on CEI right now. I would be thriving with all this craziness. Shoot, I mean, I can pull up a paper trading account, maybe, and I could just paper trade CEI the rest of the day, as if it was my my big account. Shit, I don't know. I'll have some fun. Good job, Eric. Good job. Eric, wait, you stream on another platform? Yeah, inside of the Alpha Day Trading community. All day, baby. Inside of Alpha Day Trading, 100%. Boom. All day, every day. All day, every day. Well, not Saturdays, not Sundays, not over lunch. But, yeah. Yep. Inside the Alpha Day Trading community, we have a good old time. We make some big old profits as well. I mean, a lot of profits. Oh, every message is being duplicated. Weird. It's crappy internet. Is anybody else having their messages duplicate today? Or is it just on, is that just me for a second? That was just me for a second. All right. There we go. But yeah, inside of alphadaytrading.com, we got our own chat room. And this is where we work together every single day. What was the question? Yeah. Now I got to do a new feature, a feature. Anytime I update the stream, so you guys don't have to refresh your browser, I'm gonna have it automatically refresh the page for you. So anytime I update the settings on the back end, you're gonna get an automatic refresh on your end. So just don't freak out if you're like, why did my browser refresh on its own? Because I'm gonna add something so you don't have to refresh automatically. So we know the halt levels, halt bounces, right? Where stocks gap up out of halts, they pull back to those halt levels as support. There's definitely some scalping opportunity here on CEI. So right now, light. I'm talking light with a capital L. Light support, 378, 380. But honestly, I think it's a trap. I think it's going to pop this, price is going to push up a little bit. Retail thinks it's going to go back up, and I think it's going to continue to sell on off. But at the same time, I don't know, because it didn't take a lot of volume to bring it down. Look at those volume bars. It didn't take a lot of volume to really bring this down. But there was a lot of volume pushing the stock back on up. So I'm actually really surprised we didn't see aggressive volume during those big dumps into those halts. Right now, PALT, I don't see any reason to get involved with PALT. PALT was the head and shoulders we were talking about, right? So we were saying, hey, head and shoulders formation, right? Looking for puts. It wasn't optionable. So I couldn't do anything there. Again, no. I wouldn't be touching DATS. The only reason I would have touched CEI was for the dip buy. Again, another scalp off the halt area. Just kind of quick ins and outs. FAMI, look at you, Angel. Like I said, I'd rather see it back down to that 26.76 first. It actually came right down to that 26.76 and a nice big move to the upside. One sec, guys. Hey, what's going on? Yeah, he's coming. I'm just working right now. So. I actually have these bed sheets. Yeah, cool. okay. Yeah, I mean, work at home. Work at home. I love it. Yes, it is. All right, guys. So yeah, like I was saying, PALT, I wouldn't really touch PALT. I was saying FAMI came right down into that 2676 level. You could have grabbed, a little bit of a starter position. Definitely would have been up decent right there on FAMI right off that level for that bounce. Wasn't looking at it on a 1 minute, but it never cracked below that level on the 1 minute. So that was a good little entry. Now we want to start to see that move back up. But if you are in Angel, lock in a little bit of profits if you don't mind. If it were me and I was up, 6-7%, I know you're probably trading with a couple bucks anyway, I'd lock in a little bit of profits there. I'd lock in a little bit, leave a little bit to ride, bring the stop hard to break even. If it continues to squeeze and run to 36, fantastic. Leave a little bit on the table for a swing trade. But if you did get in, I would lock in something, at least get paid, and bring that stop to break even. So you're riding a risk-free trade there on FAMI. So ENG broke above that 316. ENG broke above 316, and as long as ENG stays above 316, you have room to 365. So broke above, pulling back, retesting, 9 EMA on the 5 minute, looking to hold this up as support as well. As long as it doesn't come back below 316 and that 9 EMA at 315, I think you can see this move on up just a little bit higher, up to the 360s. And CEI, like I said, I do think this, trying to bring retail in, bring traders in here, thinking it's going to go back up and continue to drive the price lower. FAMI bounced really nice off that 2676. See, that was a test, Angel. I was testing you. If you got it, yeah, he's like, nope, I'm not trading it. I'm just watching. But again, I'm sure you were watching this and mentally trading it. Okay, if I was trading 10,000 shares, that'd be my stop loss target. Building that plan in your head and actually seeing this stock work out real time. It only helps build confidence moving forward when you see that setup again and you're actually trading that day. So good stuff, good stuff. Right now it's 303, guys. Pretty, I won't say choppy, but it's very volatile, right? Very, very volatile. And I know, looking 5 years ago, 7 years ago, as a newer trader, volatility scared the crap out of me. I would sit on the sidelines when the market was volatile, and I would just watch. How did I find out about the dip buys, right? By sitting back and watching during volatile times. I would just sit back and just watch and see how stocks reacted, how they would move, where they would bounce. And I started to see it more and more and more and more and more. That's how I found out about the halt levels, right? How the dips bounce beautifully, intraday off lower shadows, like all of that. So again, the market's volatile and you do not want to participate, that is okay, right? That is great. Don't participate, but still observe, look at price action, see how the stock moves, what levels it bounces at, all of that good stuff. So next time, you can definitely take advantage of any opportunity that presents itself. Should I take my losses in GREE and get out? I personally would be out of GREE, just to be completely honest with you. Once this stock started cracking back below that intraday low, even the open, right? I would have been getting out of this one. So yes. I mean, I'm second guessing. I mean, if you're still in, right? If you're still in, put a stop under 26, right? It's only another 62 cents. Not sure where your entry is at, but it's already down this much, right into those pre-market lows, right into this 20 EMA on the daily chart. You may see it bounce off this level. You might be able to recoup a couple bucks, if you can get away with it, putting a stop under 26 just to see if it bounces. I would do that. But if you're like, no, I just don't want to hold it overnight, I don't want to manage this, I just want to be done, then go ahead and walk away. But, you know, if it were me, the fact that we were trying to hold above those pre-market lows, trying to hold above the 20 EMA, and if I were in this, I would try and be patient to see if it bounced back up, but definitely putting a hard stop in the system right below that low point here and underneath those pre-market lows over on GREE. You're in up here at 29.32. 29.32. That's a pretty big move, right? That's a pretty big bounce back, right? From high down to the low, back up to the high. I mean, you're looking for, not terrible. I mean, you're looking for a 50% bounce. Just like when a stock rips to the upside and it pulls back, we look for a 50% retracement. You can definitely see a retracement from the downtrend, right? You can see it bounce back up into that 50% level, which is right around 29.31 before it turns back on over. So I would definitely put a hard stop underneath that intraday low here, underneath 26, and ride this back up into the 29s and try and get out at break even. And that would be decent because that is that 50% extension. And stocks in strong downtrends typically like to bounce back up to that 50% level before curling back over and continuing the downtrend. So I would just do that if I were you. You may see a nice little double bottom. It may start to reverse here, back into the 29s at least to get break even, but no lower than $26 on the stop. $25.99 at the lowest is where I'd be putting a stop here on this play. So right now it's 308 E&G, right? Off 316, has room to 365. You know exactly what to look for there. It's playing out. You could have taken advantage of E&G. RGC on watch for tomorrow. FAMI, we've talked about this one. You guys know exactly what to expect. You know to kind of sit away and sit back and just observe. CEI, sit back and observe. DATS, no reason to get involved here with PALT. I do think we'll come down to 750 and bounce off the halt level. Our first halt of the day, 750. I do think we could see this come on down to 750 and actually bounce decently, right? 50 cents plus on the bounce, filling the gap off the halt there on PALT. So, to recap before we go ahead and finish up our trading session, PALT, I'd be looking for a bounce play off the gap fill. The gap from the halt. We were halted at 750. We gapped up and squeezed. There is a gap here on the chart. Gaps like to be filled. If this stock continues to come down pretty aggressively right into that level where we got halted, right there at 750, I do believe we could see a bounce. We could even see a bounce first right off 770, the low, right, from the gap up. So again, you could definitely see a maybe 20-30 cent bounce here, come down, fill the gap, another little 20-30 cent bounce over on PALT. There is some opportunity there. DATS, guys, I wouldn't be watching this one right now. I'd be waiting for this to come down and sell off over the next few days, back down into that 865, 875 level, possibly even this nice daily uptrend, and then try and catch it for the next leg up for a possible swing trade. CEI, sit back, relax. Stock is halted again to the downside. Just watch this one and observe this one over on CEI. Please do not trade it, guys, unless you are super confident and super successful in very volatile markets, okay? FAMI, we had that support at 26.76. Once this stock, and if this stock breaks over $30, 30 cents, 0.305, 30 and a half cents, right? Right between 30 and 31, 0.305. Over on FAMI, it has room to 36 cents. That's about 20%. RGC, watching this tomorrow for a possible squeeze formation here on RGC. All right, I definitely want to keep this one on high watch for tomorrow. And then we already know what's going on with ENG. It was the break over the highs. Old resistance turns into new support. And we want to see this continue to grind to the upside up into the 360s. GROM just looks dead. I mean, nice big move to the upside, but it's just fading, giving absolutely everything back. Keep it on watch here in after hours. If it starts moving, definitely something worth watching. But right now, intraday, it's definitely dead. From 673, fading all the way back down to $3. No volume in a solid downtrend. No signs or no signal of it reversing at this point in time. There's definitely not a whole lot with GROM. Now, if it puts in a double bottom, that's when you would have maybe market structure, right? GROM, if it double bottoms, right off 310, you start to see it bouncing a little bit. Maybe a nice little double bottom bounce for the next leg up. Let's take a fib off this as well. And it's not really in line with a key fib level, so you don't really have any suggestions there. Honestly, I don't like it. GROM. Honestly, I'm not a fan. I think it'll crack 3. I think it'll fade lower. I think it'll fade lower. I think it'll crack $3 on GROM. But yeah, definitely RGC, guys. I really do think we should keep RGC on high watch. I really do think RGC should be on high watch right now, guys. Especially tomorrow and the remainder of the week as well. So I would say top stocks to watch tonight, tomorrow morning, right off the bat. RGC has some good potential. Looking at that daily chart, guys, I wouldn't be surprised if we see this gap up and run tomorrow. ENG looks good as well. I think we have room to 366, which is the 200-day simple moving average. FAMI, I like FAMI as well, especially if we close up around 30 to 31 cents. I think we could see this up towards around 36. Here in post markets, CEI, Risky Biscuits, just watch it. DATS, Risky Bits as well. Just watch it. And like I said, I do think we have room to fall on PALT back down to 750, fill the gap, and see a nice little bounce as well. Does anybody have any final questions, comments, concerns? Again, I do have to cut out of here just a little bit early today, but it's all good. I'm sure you guys don't care. You guys are making big time profits, and I'm sure you want to start enjoying that night as well and maybe celebrate a little bit those amazing and wonderful profits, team. So if we have any final questions, comments, or concerns, please let me know. If not, I gotta go pick up the kiddo and get a few things done for the move next week. Absolutely amazing. I just love it, guys. I just love it. Oh, CEI's live. The gap down. Oh, it's going. It's coming all the way down. She's go crack $3. She's going to crack 3, but where's the next dip buy, guys? Where's your next dip buy? I think we'll crack. I don't know. I mean, you got a 295 right there. 295 dip buy. 295 dip buy. Is it already bouncing? It's already bouncing at 295. That was the scalp. It took 2 seconds. 2 seconds. No longer a dip buy. It's already bounced once. I would not be going after it again. Next dip buy opportunity on CEI. You're looking down towards around 279. So you had a nice little bounce right there at 295 off those lows. Next bounce, if we crack 295, you're looking at a dip buy opportunity for a quick bounce at 2 79 on CEI if it continues to move lower. Absolutely, Angel. And once again, congratulations on those big time profits. Just remember to keep doing what you're doing every single day. And you got this, man. You're doing amazing. And I'm super proud of each and every one of you guys. So keep up the awesome work. Enjoy those profits. And again, right now, these stocks are a little volatile. Sit back, relax on your hands, observe, or paper trade, guys. If you really want to participate and you really want to trade, kind of get your feet wet, paper trade, right? Like Josh is talking about these dip buys. I kind of like the idea of a dip buy, but I've never dip bought before, right? I don't want to use real money. Let me use a fake account, right? Let me look at all these little past bounce levels and look for these quick 5 to 10 cent dip buys and see if I like that type of approach, right? That's another thing you can do while the market's very volatile and you do not want to participate with your live account. Definitely paper trade. Dive into the video lessons library and study up. Book a one-on-one private session with me. You guys know to take advantage of everything that's here. So I will see you guys bright and early in the morning, and we're absolutely going to hit it hard once again. Like I said, team, we're going to make the last 2 days of September your best 2 days. And so far, you guys are working hard. You guys are proving it that we will make these final 2 days the best 2 days of September. And Profits Chat is speaking for itself. You guys have a wonderful evening. If you need anything whatsoever, never hesitate to hit me up, send me an email, josh@alphadaytrading.com, or drop me a message here inside of chats. Again, team, good work. I'm super proud of you guys. Enjoy your evening. And I will see each and every one of you back here at the start of pre-markets, 7 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And look at that. Angel already starting me off, baby. Let's go in 3, 2, 1. Woo! Good job, baby. Good job, team. Good work. Once again, I am very proud of you guys. You guys fire me up, and I'm so excited to work with you guys again tomorrow. Whew. Let's make it happen. Let's end the month of September strong, and let's finish this month green. Enjoy your night, guys, and I will see you tomorrow morning.